And then we'll start by changing the name.
Welcome, everyone. Today is Tuesday, September 13th. You are viewing a work session of the Board of County Commissioners. It's about 11:25, and we're going to hear a presentation with Georgia Hanson of the Aspen Historical Society and Brian Pettit, the Director of our Public Works Program, to discuss historic signs and signage.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. I'm Brian Pettit, the Director of Public Works for the county, and this item comes to the board from a discussion that was had almost a year ago about placing a historic marker on the old Maroon Creek Bridge to begin to tell the story of that historic structure. And the direction from the board at that time was to contact the Aspen Historical Society and see if there's a way that we could partner to get that sign placed on that structure and to work with CDOT. Done both. Talked to CDOT. They're willing to allow us to place a historic marker on there. And when I called Georgia with the Aspen Historical Society, she said, I've got bigger ideas that maybe we can implement rather than just focus on one sign and one marker on Maroon Creek Bridge. And so that brings us to today, where hopefully Georgia can talk to you about civic tourism and what that means to the county and how we could be involved as an organization.
Thank you. I'm Georgia Hanson from the Aspen Historical Society. I also have Kip Hubbard and Lisa Hancock with me. Our curator is Lisa, and our development marketing person is Kip. Last time I was sitting here, I was bald. I was on chemo. Can you imagine how long ago that was? And I was begging for resuscitation. Not for me, but for the Aspen Historical Society. Now I'm cancer-free, and so is the Society. It's been quite a ride, thanks to your unswerving support. The Society is solid, it's thriving. It's an important contributing part of the community now. A little housekeeping is necessary, especially for those of you who weren't on the board at the time. The Society was about to collapse and close, and we needed to look at how we were going to move forward. And one of the solutions was to come up with a district that would have a property tax that would be tiny in the mainstream of things, but give us what we needed to keep the integrity of our sites. We've got 5 sites, which is 4 more than most towns this size would ever consider having. And so it's been an incredible success. What the county did was give us funding in the amount of $200,000, and then the city added some more to help us get through a year in order to investigate how we were going to fund and what we were going to do. Out of that money, $60,000 was to be paid back, and we wrote to the county, and we wrote our last check to the county in July. Right on time, never missed a payment. It was a classic example of how seed money can help something flourish. So we're very, very grateful. One of the accountability tasks that was requested of us at the time was to bring together, and it was Dorothea especially who wanted us, she was looking at Redstone and at the castle specifically, which didn't turn out to be part of the district. But the idea was that we all needed to be working together. And we started, as a condition of the loan, to try to bring together the different historic endeavors in the valley. Our efforts have now morphed into the Four Rivers Historic Alliance. There are 14 members. I have here for each of you a list. I mean, I can pass them out now or later. There's 12 copies because I thought press and staff would want them too. Sure. Of who's involved at the moment. Kip is running the Historic Alliance, and they're meeting monthly now and working together and sharing resources. And it's been a valuable, really a priceless tool.
Georgia, just who are the members? I'd imagine the BOCC Historical Society and...
Carbondale, Marble, where's the page?
It's right, oh, it's coming around, thank you, just for our audience.
Yeah, oh, thank you. Carbondale, Eagle, Glenwood Springs, Marble, Newcastle, Parachute, Redstone, Rifle, Silk, Snowmass Village. And looking for more. And working, they're actually ahead of us in what I'm about to propose. They've already bought into this concept of civic tourism and are working on a portion of the concept that I'm about to share with you. Now to the topic at hand. I was asked to come forward with some thoughts about how the Society might help the county interpret the old Maroon Creek Bridge. I'm using this opportunity to propose a solution, albeit somewhat grander than the original task. I want to propose that PITCO engage a professional interpretive planning firm to produce a thematic interpretive strategic plan for the valley. I estimate that the plan will take 6 to 9 months, and I promise that it will give birth, get it? 9 months, give birth, ha ha ha. To a plan that will elevate our communal level of awareness and pride of place measurably. Our residents will respond with enthusiasm as we strive to define and preserve our shared community values while still enhancing the overall performance of our local economy. Interpretation is a foreign word to many. Basically, it is the discipline of bringing together information that will inform and engage without defining. So even though interpretation sounds like we're telling you what to think, we're really not. We're giving you the information that you need in order to interpret as you choose. And that's an important distinction. Connections are key. And I wrote this before the Ski Cove ACRA lunch. I just want you to know that before, for those of you who were there. Power comes from engagement, and engagement comes from planning stories with a theme that connects. By supporting this endeavor, you will be hailed as visionaries by everyone else who follows suit. The concept is called civic tourism. The bridge that triggered this meeting is part of a much larger story. The power that the bridge story can bring to the table would be enhanced exponentially by becoming an integral part of the greater story of the valley, with a theme that adds strength to each piece of the story. The same week that Brian called me about the bridge, we received another call about interpreting the airport bike trail. Lisa Hancock, our curator, is talking to the airport crew, and they have FAA funding and want us to interpret the trail and tell the story of transportation. Again, the trail becomes part of a greater story that is yearning to be told, with a thread of continuity throughout the region. Each piece becomes an important part of the whole and should not be designed or planned to stand alone. The Geography of Nowhere. Are you familiar with that book? Geography of Nowhere. It's, it doesn't matter where you go, everything looks the same. Threatens to homogenize America. Our glorious, irreverent valley is a somewhere, and it's an exception to that trend. With your permission, I'd like to read a description of the process. I hope we will follow from someone who's far more qualified than I, a professional interpretive planner. Are there any questions so far? Please continue. I have a copy of what I'm about to read to give to all of you. Invest in your community's story. Most tourism organizations focus their planning and funding on marketing, investing both money and time in identifying and pursuing the best strategies to promote their area. Development of actual tourism product is not their mission, nor are most industry personnel trained for it. Because most communities' approach to product is less focused than their marketing strategy, product development tends to be sporadic, scattered, and isolated. Money and energy are spent on this or that project with no coherent whole in mind. The visitor experience, therefore, stays equally random, representing a continuing loss of opportunities for quality outcomes for both visitors and communities. And I'm going to, as an aside, explain this is what Snowmass just went through with the task force and the challenge of how they were going to incorporate the task force. Was every store going to run off and do their own Mammoth t-shirt? And we worked really hard to try to prevail to have them do an interpretive plan that will theme everything that happens, because it will be so much more powerful for Snowmass. Communities are waking up to the fact that the very aspects of a region that attract visitors, the unique sense of place that encompasses both a landscape and its people, are those that anchor the quality of life for its residents. By focusing on what matters to and what works for residents in a conceptual level planning process, a community can set the course for a high-value, sustainable tourism economy without reducing quality of life and without negatively impacting its heritage resources, the cultural and natural resources that make up its attraction values. Tourism marketing will always be critical to regional success, but it's also smart money to retain customers once you've attracted them. When promotion works and a visitor arrives in your community, there has to be more than a random offering. There has to be some there. We talked a lot at the Civic Tourism Conference about the there. Is there a there? Experiences that are conceptually connected convey a coherent sense of place and add up to a meaningful story that visitors internalize, make personal, take home with them, tell their friends about. It's a personal connection that creates the desire to return for more. The process starts with investing in your story, creating a regional or community plan for civic tourism that identifies, enhances, and preserves sense of place. Engaging the community as well as the traditional tourism industry in the planning process ensures tourism and residents move forward together, saying to the visitors, this is what we love about our town. This is what we are proud of. It's contagious and visitors sense it. What's more, this approach addresses far more traditional economy creation, far more than traditional economy creation. It feeds what's become known as the triple bottom line, which is people, profit, and planet. Depending on the size and scope, a civic tourism plan is generally a 6 to 12 month effort and can cost anywhere between $50,000 to $100,000 plus. It's an investment that pays off for years to come, saves money by helping you avoid costly projects that fall short of projections, enhances pride of place, and creates a satisfying, sustainable place to live, work, and visit. Done with my introduction. Questions?
I think we may want to continue with your slides, and then we can have a, broader conversation about it.
Lights?
Yeah.
High Plains? We have a partial tourism, an
Economic development.
ex-economic development, state development person here to, Dwayne's been working closely with me on this.
And in total, we have about 25 more minutes, which will include the time for our discussion. We're a little late
Yep.
for our lunch hour.
cultural organizations can act as curators for neighborhood identity. This is an explanation of what we envision happening. Civic tourism for the Roaring Fork watershed. You can see it includes all of Picken County, 4 counties, one shared stream of stories, all of us working together as we all operate together in spite of the political lines. Cultural tourism in the Roaring Fork watershed. Identify the region's tourism assets. Broaden our heritage base. I'm not going to just read all of these, you can read them. Work with citizens. What's special in our county? Create a unique travel experience. Themed itineraries are all the rage these days, you know, and now there's ecotourism and agritourism and medical tourism and dental tourism. You just leave the front blank and put tourism at the end. We want to identify unique qualities, identify locations you can taste, create collaborative synergy between sites as opposed to competition, foster support to celebrate our incredible resources, promote tourism-driven economic development, inspire cooperation, establish consistent guidelines, provide tools and inspiration so that we can craft the tourism itineraries, build agritourism opportunities in the region, high-quality, visitor-ready, accessible sites. The heritage tourism definition is from the National Trust. It puts a priority on experiencing places, artifacts, activities that are authentic. It's important. The stories, investing in the story is the most important piece of this. The cultural tourist, I don't think I need to read this. I would highlight that it's first, second, or third largest industry in every state, and the visitors spend more, stay longer, and are generally received as important welcome visitors when they come. Projects that appeal to the cultural tourist also appeal to the residents. That's an important concept in civic tourism. Picken County can take the visionary lead in an effort to identify the valley's unique tourism assets and to broaden our heritage tourism base by providing us with an interpretive plan for the valley, providing continuity to the stories, providing an overarching theme, to ensure a dynamic experience that reflects our cultural, natural, and historic resources. We're talking about phase 1 here, the research and development of an interpretive plan, a thematic structure. The rest of the phases will be handled by the people who are involved. Potential samples of participants in this program, and I certainly don't need to read this to you, it's kind of obvious. As I said, the Four Rivers Historical Alliance is already a little further down the field than we are, working on their portion of the civic tourism plan. But clearly it's everybody. A civic engagement process. Locals have a sense of place. They know the stories. They know the off-beaten path spots that enrich their own lifestyle and the travel experiences of the visitors. Can you see that? It's Crockett and Schultze and John Cook and, no, but the next one is Tim Cottrell, fishing in front of the fire department. We're kind of lost in the middle of things. What you're looking at there with the big dark blue blotch is the district that we are in for the Colorado Tourism Office. You can see the state districts, and then you can see our watershed in the yellow, give or take, in the Colorado map. And in fact, the Northwest Territory has produced a plan that doesn't even include our part of, and it makes sense, I'm not whining about that at all, but they've already produced and changed and reproduced something that encompasses all of the Northwest Territory except us. So we think we ought to lobby, this is a separate project, but that we ought to lobby to have a central, it would probably include Vail, possibly Breckenridge, and do a Central Mountains area. How it works. Facilitated work sessions focused on place. Educational component. Extraction, tapping the locals' knowledge of their region. Stronger, more proactive relationships between public and private sector. Minimizing the amount of acrimony and dissension that often interferes with long-range planning. We're all focused on the same goal. We would have workshops, brainstorming, mapping, inventory. That's all part of establishing the plan. Where are the stories and where are they best heard? Where can you sample the flavor of our regional culture? Valley characters, interpretive threads that tie together the history, culture, and the stories of our region. Synthesizing the results, we would end up with maps, a site list, themed stories, themed itineraries, notable characters. It's all branding fuel. And I put our logo in there and our brand because it's put us on the map. We spent a bunch of time in our strategic plan rebranding, and we took some hits for it. You know, if you're so broke, why are you doing this? And it made a huge, huge difference. With the what compiled, which is what we're talking to you about, we will be prepared to articulate how to implement a regional plan. Here's an example of theme structure. And this is stolen somewhat from the Northwest group. I interspersed stuff for us. So this is just an example. One of the words, they picked 3 words, and one is grow. It would celebrate the watershed's enduring agricultural heritage. The role of farming, sub-themes could be talking about ranching and the folklore, irrigation, the ditch culture, the clashes over ditches, local goods and markets. Here's an example of all of the, not all, excuse me, a tiny number that we just brainstormed yesterday. People who could be included in the grow theme up and down the valley. Results, engaged community, partnership, and network. Greater awareness, ignited pride in place, partnerships, and increased visitation, moving beyond heads and beds as a mentality. It produces wins for the entire watershed. The results are preservation of place. To sustain, what you do is to share stories. It's been true as long as there's been a language. Invest in the stories. That's it.
Great. Very good, George. I appreciate the presentation.
I have one more,
Okay,
just to close it, if I might.
please.
We think it's appropriate that we take the facilitation lead for this project. However, we're not qualified to direct it. If the county would step up to cover the cost of a professional interpretive planner, the responsibility for implementation can be delegated to many different groups. It's appropriate for the county to take this step to provide the R&D, if you will, for our communities to be able to act upon. Serendipitously, the AHS board and staff have just spent months constructing a vision for 2020. It includes taking our stories to the streets. Since the stats demonstrate that museum goers self-select, they're less than 90% of the general public, we want to reach that 90%. Whether with a GPS site info or apps that are fun, we're working on a game. Connect the user with the story. We're excited to move in that direction. Certainly the interpretive plan will help the society to discriminate and be partners and support a grander scheme that is beneficial to anyone. We're asking the BOCC to support this concept, to direct staff to work with us to develop an RFP and a timeline to bring to you to jumpstart this. We will also talk to the other commissioners, to all of the other elected officials, and be working. We see that as our role and the role of the Four Rivers. Now I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, you certainly have thrown a lot on the table at once, which is good to stimulate the discussion and the dialogue. I don't think we are set up here today to say yes or no to the proposal. Obviously, it does seem to have both a dollar cost and then a staff resource and capacity component that we really would have to spend a lot of time thinking about. But I do want to solicit comments and thoughts from the board, you know, in general. Rob?
I'll start. First and foremost, I think your vision is fabulous. I think you gave me a copy of that civic tourism book about a year ago, and I'm going to pull it back out and re-dive into it because I enjoyed going through it back then. Secondly, I just came from a weekend in Charleston, South Carolina, where they have 300 years of more history than we have here in Aspen. And I would encourage you to look at what they've done in that town with their story. It is absolutely phenomenal. Obviously, they have a lot more history than us here in Aspen, but it's not to say that we don't have as much of a story as they do there, even with less time frame. And how they connected into their tourist environment is absolutely phenomenal, not only for the locals that we had interactions with, but also the other tourists that were there that we had interaction with. I do believe that integrating this as a whole is the direction to go, as opposed to a sign on a bridge here or a sign on a building there, and looking at it as a whole picture is definitely the way to go. Telling our story helps us. I think part of the reason that this is such a great vision that you have is telling our story helps us with all of our endeavors, whether it be our environmental protection, whether it be our tourism dollars, whether it be creating a sense of community here. So I think that's what I took away from what you just articulated in the last. There's certainly some concerns with dollars and what's this going to cost and how we're going to fund it. I'm excited with what you've brought forward, and I think it's something that's really important for our community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Other board comments? Anything to weigh in? Michael?
Well, the challenge, Georgia, was, I brought up the idea of signs on a bridge. I didn't think they were minor. I thought it was an important story to tell. At that point, the board didn't want to commit any funds to that.
I hear the challenge.
They didn't want to commit any funds to a few signs on a bridge. And now you've come forward and laid a greater challenge in front of us. I'm glad that you have, but I'm not sure that the rest of the commissioners can rise to that challenge, quite frankly.
Can you tell me about the protocol here? I mean, dialogue? or-
No, I'm going to just call on everyone because we have exactly 11 minutes now left for everyone to kind of weigh in their comments. Either George or Jack? George?
Yeah, I really like the expansion of looking at all the opportunities throughout the valley, and certainly the concept of heritage tourism. I think that's, when we look at our little community in Redstone, I mean, the future of that economic viability of that area is really going to be tied to heritage tourism as well as recreational opportunities that we participate in with our open space and trails program. So I think that's great. I guess, and looking at, who's online in terms of the Four Rivers group, in terms of partnership, I would also look at partnering with other entities in terms of coming up with the funding for this R&D versus relying totally on the county. I think there's other opportunities and other partners to bring into the process, not only for money, but for also just for the buy-in, for the long-term commitment. So I would look at that, and we all probably know of numerous opportunities there. The Northwest COG has just set up a new economic development program, and that's going to allow opportunities to go out to grants and funds for the first time, so there may be some opportunities there. So I just want to see all that we can bring in versus just relying totally on a county where we do have limited funds and limited resources. But I see a part for the county to play in it for sure.
Jack?
Well, you certainly hit on the challenge of finances and staff capacity. Going back a little history, Michael mentioned about the bridge, and he brought it up, certainly. I'm not enthused about signs because of the virus of what happens. Signs all over the place. So a plan would be different. So I would think there's a place for the county to participate in this idea, but I absolutely feel, we'd have to get our ducks in order as far as staff and what that means and really understand the capacity need there. I can see the county taking somewhat of a lead role, but that is in quotes, somewhat, because I really don't know how to define that. We need further discussion, as Rachel has articulated. For me, the finance part, it's a partnership completely through, and if this is to be a regional concept, then and a regional benefit, then it has to be a regional participation with a number of entities. And I have no limits, or this might be a good start. But I absolutely agree, private sector, should have the opportunity to participate too. I mean, there's a wonderful history just for one major business interest, the ski company, and what it has meant nationally, as it were, for the industry going back to the 40s. So, we all know all about that stuff. So, I think the next step is to have a work session and try to start refining what this really means. But it is all about participation and cooperation.
Thank you. I think my comments will probably mirror others. I'll start by saying I was out on the mall property a weekend ago and riding my bike on the trail and saw a couple people pulled over to one of the overlooks, and they were reading the sign and taking a look at it. And I took a look myself, and I thought, wow, there's been some really good work here to talk about what you're seeing. And people do stop and look, and it pulls people in. I don't think we're talking about the type of sign pollution we traditionally think of on the sides of the roads, one sign after another. But I think that interpretive signage is very important, and that is one of the reasons. I mean, I don't know that I was in on that discussion about the bridge or not, or I was interested, but also it seemed like such a singular effort, and that it's consistency that I think we need to pursue. I can think to our open space program, and at a certain level, they've struggled, they've done well, but they have sites such as the little cabin of Brush Creek Valley, right before you get to Snowmass. Do we let it fall down? Do we stabilize it? Do we put an interpretive sign by the trail? What do we do with that? We have the ranch, that's Airport Ranch, which now may well end up being connected because of the trail to the Drosty property. The city has the purchase of the Cozy Point Ranch, which will also be connected through trails, I imagine, at some point with the Drosty property. We have the Emma Store. And we have a great deal of historic preservation efforts going forward that we offer significant incentives for to those private landowners to preserve their ranches. Now, people cannot go on the property, but to the extent there's an overlook or a sign that expresses these things, I think it's very valuable. I think cultural, Rob expect all that very well, so I don't need to go forward. But I think that that is what is a driving force as Americans are kind of rediscovering their roots. And our foreign visitors love to understand our roots as well. And so, you know, you look at our room and surrounded by a number of pictures of our historic structures and our history. So I do think that there are different small sources and ponds that we might be able to draw from when we get to an implementation phase. You spoke so much about water. Water's key in our valley. We do have a watershed group and a watershed plan, and there might be some opportunities there to educate the public about our water quality at the same time that we're tying into this theme. So I personally, again, we really need to talk about a structure for an organization, a structure for an effort going forward. And I could see Pickens County as maybe being a matching fund or seed funder to say that, you know, this project's going to cost $100,000 and we're going to put X up. And if the other partners buy in, who may have more significant resources. I mean, the city obviously has a huge historical context, program, and potential resources. But that, you know, for everyone to buy into the program later, they need some skin in the game early on, you know. And it may take a while to get that, but you are timely in the sense that most of our communities are now forming their 2012 budget. So, you know, whether it's the town of Carbondale, we can do X, the town of BOCC can do Y, and Glenwood Springs can do something else. I think trying to think about an ideal structure of what we could all put in and find a way to both then facilitate and manage the project. The $50,000 to $100,000 number, it'd be nice to have that a little more refined. The scope of work you outlined, I'm thinking it's going to be closer to the $100,000, clearly. And I think that we all should bear in mind that that's just to get the roadmap. That then there's the implementation phase, and that may take a decade. It may take longer, so that one piece after another. But as those pieces are put in place, they have meaning and they have that consistency and they build to the theme. It's always hard to talk about investments when dollars are tight and the economy is still uncertain, but often that's when you need the most to pull together and pursue a stronger course. I was up at Redstone for their Fall Arts Festival over the Labor Day weekend, and talking to a few different shop owners, they said, yeah, you know, those rehab coke ovens are making people stop. They see those, they stop, they come over to our town to see if maybe, well, let's get a bite to eat in this little place. Let's take a look in these little shops, you know, and it's being very well received. And most of the work we've been able to do in these areas has been state grants, CDOT grants, Preserve America grants, and I think that when you have a plan in place that shows where you're going to have so much more success in continuing to pull down whatever grants may be available. So I would like to give our staff some time to think about it, our board some time to think about it. I think Jack and others are absolutely right. There's no way we are or could be the funder, but we could perhaps be the first stone in the pot for a little stone soup of getting everyone to contribute something to this greater effort. And that's how I look at it as one individual on the board. Jack?
Georgia, I'm wondering, even for this type of exercise, planning exercise, is there any possibility for grants? I know at CCI, we have talked in the Tourism and Economic Development Steering Committee about there are potential grants out there. I don't know if Mr. Wayne has any feedback on that. I'm not authorized to ask him to speak either, but...
Yeah, and I hate to say this, but we have 55 minutes left now for our lunch break, and so we all could explore some different grant ideas. There may be some out there. We may see the state still sweeping out the budgets just for the general fund. That is something for all of us to try to look at whatever grants are possible. But most grants, you still got to start with some matching funds. And most grants, the larger your partnership, the more players who have made some level of commitment, the more opportunities you win there. And some people may or may not be able to put in the cash as much as they will commit X many of hours of a dedicated personnel or things like this. So I think we need some time to continue to flesh out how we might be able to proceed with a larger vision. But I do think that if we go back to our economic development plan, which we submitted through Northwest Council of Governments, it was definitely tourism-based and playing off our natural and historic resources to continue to support that. So it is consistent, very consistent with what we've already identified as one of our strengths that we should magnify as opposed to trying to reinvent the wheel. And I'm a big believer that in tourism you improve the package instead of just the wrapping paper, and you spend more to develop the product that people find when they get here rather than a new way to advertise the old product. So I'm on board.
Yeah, and I would also encourage Georgia sooner than later to go to different entities like Somass Village. They have a heck of a story way beyond the human story,
And
natural.
Yeah.
May I speak?
Yes, please. Why don't you have some closing comments, and then if any board members have last thoughts. But I do think putting together some potential scenarios of funding plans, that none are written in stone, but what if and what if type of things.
Well, and it's my intent, but it's also could be a full-time job, and I have 2 or 3 already. So allocating resources is a little bit of a challenge as well. To go to all of the counties, to go to all of the townships, cities, and to speak to all of them about the idea and to try to put something together. What we need to figure out is the leadership of this, and we can talk about it internally, and we can also talk about it, with different groups to see if we can figure out, because it's a huge commitment that I don't think, fortunately, we don't have any employees who can have that extra time. There's 3 or 4 of these floating around the county. This is my last copy. I ordered 30 personally and paid for them and passed them out. So if you've got one, or I know that Nan had one, and I'm pretty sure Cindy did. I would ask you, and Rob has one, you have one?
They have one here as well.
Does it look like you opened the cover?
It's got your name in it.
Return to Georgia.
No, it's not so much return as read. Try to, because I think, and this is exactly what they did in North Carolina. They're one of the primaries.
Georgia, what I'm kind of thinking is maybe you talk to someone like Colin Laird with Healthy Mountain Communities and see if either they're doing their annual mountain day, summit day, where you could have a presentation there, or maybe there'd be a possibility to convene a meeting, I'd say the Central Point, Carbondale, or Glenwood, and try to get some representative from those jurisdictions to come to one meeting and be able to take your request and your information back to their board. So you guys aren't traveling all over the universe. But I think that, it's a big challenge. Obviously we know the watershed plan took years to both get the initial funding up and then various stages of it. So I applaud you for taking the first step in that.
I think it can be exciting stuff. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I've got some handouts.
Okay, and we're going to break now for lunch, grassroots, and we are scheduled to reconvene in this room at 1 o'clock. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. It is Tuesday, September 13th. It's about 5 after 1, and we're going to begin a discussion of expired and expiring building permits. See that Lance is not actually here, so Cindy, you taking over for him?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm here in Lance's place, and along with Brian Paul, who's our acting chief building official. And as you know, you've seen this issue before, but to set the stage for where we are today, you had extended building permits allowance with compliance with land use code standards through August 31st of 2011. And you have several people before you today who are asking you to reconsider that date based on their specific issues. That is the Coleman residents in West Buttermilk and also the Grant Sharp residents out in Old Snowmass. Both there are letters attached to your file, attached to your packet, and some photographs that we have of the project out in Old Snowmass. So I'm not sure how much more background you want from me on this. I know you've seen this issue before you. You had previously adopted an ordinance that allowed the extension of building permits, and then once again upped that and tagged on the condition that compliance with the existing land use code had to go along with any of the permits that came through between January 1 and the August 31st date. So I just wanted to make sure that you have a recollection of that history. And I know that Dave Mylar, who's here on behalf of his client, Mr. Coleman, I believe, is here to talk with you a little bit about his reasoning for wanting you to reconsider and look at potentially another extension. And I don't know the Grant, so okay, Grant Sharp is here on his. What I'd like to say, I know you kicked that leg in, I think. What I'd like to say is that we have a building guy here. He might try to fix it. But what I'd like to say is that I think that these are two very separate and distinct cases. I think that the Sharp family case is one where the expiration of the building permit was back in 2009, which goes quite a distance back. Therefore, if you wanted to consider that, there would be a whole host of other applications that had expired between 2009 and now. And Brian's done some research on some details, if you need numbers, and what the implications are of consideration of a permit that goes back to 2009 and opening that door. The case in terms of the Buttermilk case, I think you've heard some of the arguments on that case. The compliance issue for the Buttermilk case is one in terms of using TDRs to establish the size of the home that is requested, and currently you're required to have TDRs because the permit has expired. So that's the main land use issue for the West Buttermilk case. I would say the main land use issue in terms of the case out for the Sharps is one of streamside setback. That house sits within our old regulation of 20 feet from the stream, whereas the new regulation compliance is 100 feet from the stream. So those are the land use issues associated with those two.
Thank you, Cindy. And let me ask again for informational purposes, of the extension that we did pass, Ordinance 016-2010, your information is that 5 properties took advantage of that to keep their permits alive. Of the 5, 3 would not have hit our new code, and 2 would comply with our new code.
Yes.
Okay, and so that's what we have seen in terms of reaction to that extension.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And you have a presentation as well of the numbers if we were to consider the SHARP.
Yes, I have some background information on that, on how that would impact the county.
Okay, let's go ahead and hear that as well.
Okay. Let me get those numbers up. I pulled a 180-day inspection report, which Ranch actually has his permit in hand. He's already started work on it. It's stalled out in the process and expired due to not having consecutive inspections every 6 months. And so he was expired in 2009. So we have an activity report that shows everything that would be affected by that 180-day report. And if I go all the way back to 6 months prior to his expiration, which would be 180 days prior to that, we have about 107 projects on the books that would fall into play. Of those projects, only 18 of those are single-family residences.
And the others are,
Just some are barns, some are remodels, some are window replacements. They're just a bunch of miscellaneous permits. The biggest ones are those 18 single-family residences that would be affected by changing that date to include the 2009 expiration date. Also, though, in the year 2009 specifically, there would be only 3 other permits that would have expired in 2009. So, if
Would you
notice-
say that again? I apologize.
Sure, no problem.
Just about the 3?
There's 3 permits that would have expired in 2009. And I can look and see, I didn't get the specifics on what types those were, but I only found 3 total that were outside that parameters within that same time frame that grants would have fallen into play.
okay, so see if I can recap so that we don't have it accurate. You're saying that 107 projects had their building permits expire because they were no longer hitting the one inspection every 180 days.
There's been inactivity, yes.
And that of those 107, 18 were single-family residences. And the other 3, you said, expired in 09?
Well, there would have been 3 within that window of time that grants expired, between June of 08 and January of
2010.
10.
When we
Or
started.
I said 9.
Okay. Do we know anything about the single-family residences as to whether they were or would be compliant with the new code or not?
I didn't go that deep into
Didn't go that
layers,
deep.
so I could find
But
out.
the bigger point to us to consider is that any activity on the Sharp property via, equity and process should also then be applied to these 107 projects as well.
May I clarify?
Yeah,
Is the
please.
107 for the full year or just the time period again?
That's for everything from 08 to present. That's
08 and
anything to 6 months back from now, all the way back to 08. So that would be a comprehensive every year between.
So it's not 09, does include 08 also?
6 months into
6 months
08.
prior, because the way the building code reads is the 6-month window to have inspections.
Every 180 days.
Okay. And, this is, again, hypothetical, but of the 107 projects, we have not heard other requests from people at this time to extend or keep alive or their building permits.
Correct.
Thank you. I am not entirely sure how to proceed. I guess that the applicants for the 2 requests before us should have a couple minutes to speak. We really don't have a lot of time calendared for this, unfortunately. Dave, if you'd like to say something briefly, and then we'll have the Sharps representative as well.
Thanks, Rachel. Dave Myler for Dan Coleman, who's here with me. So last time we were here, we explained that Dan's situation, which we think is one of a kind, and I'm not exactly sure, I don't think we fit into the 107 units, maybe we do. But anyway, we believe that Dan is an individual and a property owner who would fall within the group or class of people that you were trying to assist with Ordinance 16 of 2010. Somebody who is actively in the building permit process. His permit was alive at the time you adopted that, but he was being slowed down by the recession. There has been some discussion in the past that There was some miscommunication perhaps with the staff, but that's irrelevant in this case. Dan's application was simply slowed down by the recession, the challenges and difficulty of arranging financing and obtaining the ability to develop a very expensive product. His problem arose from the fact that his building permit expired 22 days after the deadline in January of 2011 of this year. If his permit had expired 22 days earlier, we wouldn't be here. He would have been included within the group of people that he should have been included in that were assisted by Ordinance 16 of 2010. Since the permit expired in January, we obviously haven't been able to do much of anything to get back on track because it would have required him to go out and buy 4 TDRs in order to continue pursuing the permit that he applied for. That's not something that made any sense to him. And the last time we were here, we talked about the possibility of simply amending Ordinance 16 of 10 to extend the eligibility deadline from December 31 of 10 to January 31 or January 23rd, for that matter, of 2011, so that he could fall within the class of people that you were intending to benefit and revive his application. If we had known that the application was going to expire in January, we probably would have been here in 2010 suggesting a different expiration date or asking that his application be terminated on some other basis so that he could qualify under the relief that you granted in Ordinance 16. So ours, I think, is a fairly simple situation. The only real complexity I see, if you're still inclined to extend the original deadline by 20 or 30 days, is that since we have been unable to proceed, we'd like some time to finish the process. The individuals who were benefited by Ordinance 16 had a minimum of 8 months to complete the building permit process, pay their fees, and pull a permit. We would like to have 8 months from whenever you decide to extend the deadline to complete our project. We don't have much to do, but it is going to take some time. The list that I got from Tony is that we've got to complete the demolition of an existing residence, we've got to provide a form of CDU deed restriction, and we need a landscape screening plan for a retaining wall. The last two are easy. The first one was going to take some time to organize the financing and the contractors and get out and do the work, and so that's why we're asking for some time if you agree to extend the deadline to let us into the Ordinance 16 group. Questions?
I'm not seeing any questions right now. Thank you, Dave. Did I miss anybody's hand going? Okay. Mr. Sharp, if you'd like to.
I'm basically here more or less to ask direction on what it is to do or where to go or how to apply. My understanding is once, and maybe I'm incorrect, but let me know, once your permit lapses due to lack of activity after 6 months, I don't know if there's a formal application process to reapply. I ended up being caught kind of in the perfect storm or tsunami of economic hardship, timing, a baby, et cetera, et cetera. So I guess more or less I'm asking, what do I do next? It's more a question than an action. Obviously the action I'm looking to take is to reinstate it and protect the investment that I have. I'm just not sure what foot to put forward and which direction to put it in.
We have some photos of your house in our packet and your letter. Let me ask just a couple of questions just to kind of broaden my scope of understanding. What is the square footage of the house that you have started the construction on here?
Well, there's two homes there. There's an existing cabin that we purchased and lived in until after my first child was born, and that one, the original, I think, square footage was 14, something close to that. The house that we basically built around it is just shy of 5,750.
And It is, how big is the lot size?
Let's say it's 1.2, I'd have 1.4, I'd have to double check, I didn't really bring it.
Yeah, I was just trying to place it because I see the little creek, which is
Right.
obviously the riparian area. What part of the county is this in?
Picken.
No, what part of the county? What creek is?
Oh, sorry, that's Capitol Creek.
That's Capitol Creek. Thank you. Did other board members have questions? Michael?
Well, wouldn't Mr. Grant go to the building department and ask direction from them? Typically, we don't give direction on the building department.
Yeah, I don't know. I see Cindy shaking her head, and I guess the essence of it I have gotten is that should you go back to the building department to get a new permit, it would be reviewed under the current land use codes, which require a 100-foot setback from the stream's edge, and that it would be a non-conforming structure.
Right.
It would not be allowed to be permitted under our current code.
Correct. A new site plan would be required so that, in fact, the house would be fit on the lot in compliance with the new code, which is 100 feet setback. So that's the issue here, and my understanding as to why Mr. Sharp's in front of you today. Obviously, he prefers not to have to move the structure.
Does that answer your question, Michael?
Well, not really, because Mr. Sharp is asking us for direction, and it sounds like he needs to go in front of the building department.
And the direction we did give Mr. Sharp was that he would need a new permit, and that he would need a new site plan to be in compliance with the current code because his current permit has expired. So that's the direction we provided, and my understanding is that you requested to come before the board to ask for an extension of the allowance for expired permits to continue.
Okay, well, this is kind of confusing, because that's not what Mr. Sharp asked us.
I agree. And so there is a more specific request than just direction.
Right, well, and I apologize for not being clear after writing letters and communicating. Basically, the way the lot is laid out, I'm kind of stuck between three different things. One is a road easement, one is the creek that actually wraps around on two sides of where the original structure and new structure is, and the other is the grade that's behind the road that basically under the new ordinances basically prevents me, at least from my unprofessional interpretation, of being able to pull a permit for anything. So that's the caveat is I'm asking for direction because when I've gone back to ask about what my options are, it looks like when I start the process over, my options will more or less be nil.
And so the options will be to require the demolition of this structure because it was never completed in time, and that this would perhaps fall under the constrained lot TDR provision because at least with this size home, there is nothing that could be created. Or we speak about the existing cabin. I know there's some provision within the stream margin review that allows structures to be built behind but not expand the river frontage as long as there is additional riparian land vegetation.
We'd have to go through all those standards in the land use code and develop a new site plan. You're probably correct in that this is going to be a tough site to fit under all of the provisions of setbacks with streams, roadway, everything you mentioned. But typically what happens then is that we would go through a takings procedure and end up with some level of development on the property unless a TDR was granted for the property. So that's where we would end up.
I'll let Michael finish and then go to Jack and George.
Yeah, well, it seems to me that we don't really allow exceptions to the building code. I mean, we're not here to arbitrarily say that doesn't matter in your case, and that does matter. So it seems to me you have to go through the process.
Well, I guess my question to you all is looking, and again, just in my interpretation, but looking at the exemptions that were granted in 2010 and 2011 for economic hardship, I missed the boat by however many months it was. I mean, I think technically my permit expired the 16th January based on non-activity for 6 months. I was just reading the paper yesterday that, economic hardship, I think the quote was, in the Daily News, was 2008, which pretty much coincides exactly when, or the economic turndown is pretty much when my tsunami came on top of myself and my family. So I guess my hope or my interest is in trying to, with the three, if the number is accurate, the three that would fall under the similar circumstances to me, I'd be curious to see how many of those actually fall into this problem with my road setback, my grade that I can't build on, and my stream approaching my structure on two sides. How many other people fall into that category, and if granting or extending the exemption back further into 2009 to allow me to proceed with my original plan, my original dream, is a possibility. So I guess ultimately that's where I'm trying to get to. I'm just not really sure how to formally approach everyone and how I need to formally approach everyone in order to seek that additional movement of the date from 2010.
It is a bit of a challenge because your last inspection was 7/31/08. That means that the deadline 6 months forward from that would have been roughly January of '09. We didn't enact the extension ordinance until July of 2010. And so we really hadn't contemplated going back that far at that time. And now it's even further. But Jack had his hand up, and George, either questions or comments. We do need to kind of reach some sort of conclusion on this. Jack?
I guess I'd like to ask John a question and then offer my comments.
Please.
John, what kind of discretion do we have here?
You can, through ordinance, manipulate the timelines that apply to building permits, which is what we've done.
For certain conditions or, issues, whatever, okay. I'm very concerned about opening the floodgates here, and I don't know what that means, so I have a lack of information other than some numbers. But, I think we're all very aware of the economics of today, which really started in this country around '07. And having heard a bit, not having, again, a full picture, because this would require almost a site visit for me to confirm the stream and the road easement and the slopes. But, if we have discretion, I'm willing to work with people because, I'm tough as anyone here, but it's such a unique, ugly time that, and this is really bad news, that a structure is framed in, ready almost to complete the sheeting on the roofing and go, for finishing, drying it in, that, I'm willing to work with an individual, if I understand the bigger picture, which is really, what does it mean if we grant this? Because there's a fairness issue to everyone else out there, and Brian's done a good job trying to gather some information, and certainly, Rachel, you're correct about timelines. It's somewhat excessive, but financing just doesn't seem to be out there at easy access, so this is even more unique, I think, than Dave Myler's client, which is his own uniqueness also, but this structure is built, etc. So I have a lot of empathy. I know what it takes to get this far, personally.
Yeah. I understand that. John, can you speak to the point Jack raised of, quote, opening the floodgates, fairness, equal application? How do you see that playing out on this? Wouldn't it be that all '09 expiring permits would also be at some level eligible for this type of extension?
Yes, I would anticipate that. There would be ways to discriminate potentially, but by and large, the factor that the board is considering is a timeline, and therefore you would be moving that time back and be implicating any and all permits, more than likely.
George?
Can I ask one question? Cindy, we did an exception about a year ago on a very constrained lot up East Aspen, just along the bike trail,
Yes.
those 3
It's
lots.
been more than a year.
Yeah, but we did do, and that applicant went through a special review, and we worked with them. It was sort of a similar situation, and is that a possibility to do in this case, and still go through, reapply for a new permit?
Definitely. I mean, that would be the procedure. And typically, the board has not chosen to purchase the properties through TDR usage. Typically, the board has chosen to work with an applicant to figure out the site planning so that it works. And there is typically a takings-type hearing where we go through all of the provisions, and oftentimes setback variances are required. And usually that's the way it ends up. There's some level of development on the property. Now, you may not end up with your entire 5750 home on that site, given the parameters. That's one of the code provisions that allows us to reduce the footprint if we need. But I have not seen the board purchase those sites in these situations.
Yeah, we just actually had a takings determination not long ago because of the driveway access issues in Woody Creek, or we were in the first phase of that, which then does allow more flexibility with the application of the code to avoid the takings. George?
I'm ready for...
Okay, let me get a comment here from our staff member.
The issues from the building department perspective too, of just proceeding from where the grant is at this time, is that that place has been exposed to weather for the last 4 years, and it wasn't dried in. So
Oh, no, I'm saying it's getting ready.
Right.
What does that mean? I know a lot more.
that's a fear factor that we have, that we need an engineer that's going to go in there and tell us that that place can continue from where it's at right now. There's also some environmental health issues with where the septic and the tanks are situated, so there's going to be many complications if we just decide to proceed with this as it sits. The other thing too is that in the same year, Grant also pulled another permit for another house that he's built, but he never CO'd, so we have a non-compliant home that he's living in too. So the complications of trying to apply for a new building permit come into play with the fact that he's got a non-compliant structure elsewhere in the county. So there's multiple complexities to this particular project.
Thank you for that background.
Very briefly.
Very briefly, because we have some boards who'd like to comment.
I understand. Just to address those 3 things, the non-compliant residence I currently have, I was actually issued a no more inspections letter for a structure that I came in and spoke to them about that actually isn't on my property. It's actually a ranch gate that my neighbor put up. So I was told I could no longer have inspections on that property until that was addressed. It's not even on my property, and my neighbor constructed it, so, I mean, we'll work that out amongst us. I said in good faith I would work with the neighbor because I provided him the logs in order to do it. But to speak to the other 2 things, I did have a structural engineer come out, I think it was December 29th, to look at it, because what I ultimately wanted to do is protect my investment and dry it in. He said, short of a few pieces of sheeting, and I have the letter from him, that the place was good and good to go. So I addressed that and then realized that I had more or less missed my window. Now I don't want to dump more money that's hard enough to find now back into it to dry it in order to only be told I have to tear it down.
Sure, I understand that.
And as far as the septic goes, I worked with an engineer, and we actually had septic approved in a new system that sits up on the hill that, in layman's terms, they told me and the county told me that the treatment process that goes with that is actually good enough to release into a creek. Like, that's how advanced it was. So we had actually addressed that in the original permit application, and the county was actually very pleased with it.
Thank you. George? Thanks for your
Yeah,
patience.
that's why I'm ready to make some my comments. You know, in hindsight, and it's always 20/20, I felt that, our intent of this ordinance was to help existing homeowners, property owners that were facing sort of a problem because of inaccessibility of loans from banks who were not willing to loan, and perhaps some other personal problems, loss of jobs, etc. And so we picked a date certain because we had to have some sort of starting point at any point. And in hindsight, I think at the same time we should have had a caveat that with those extensions, those property owners would have to come up to current code. And I think that was a mistake of ours, but that's done. But in both these cases, we're looking at allowing development on property that we have addressed in various ways over the last couple of years. There's a 2006 code because of the issues that were raised. And to go back to 2009, I do believe it's going to open up a floodgate because there will be other people that will come through. I mean, why wouldn't they? And everyone will have their own set of circumstances, very unusual, that they'll present to us. And so then where do we stop? You know, where do we stop? So 2009, that's way beyond past the deadline, and I think there are opportunities to look at still developing that lot as a constrained lot, trying to mitigate a building site and perhaps a size, but it's been done before, and I think it's possible to do again. On this other one, I wanted to pass this out to the board, copies.
Okay.
This is, again, a property that the applicant wants to have an extension beyond the deadline, and the primary purpose is to be able to not have to purchase PDRs under the new code. This property has been listed on and off for years, and the intent is not to have a property owner develop a home for themselves, and I think that was the original intent of this program, but I think it's really a flagrant abuse of our goodwill and our intent in this whole process. This is definitely a spec property. It'll be a spec building, 15,000 square feet, and I think we need to hold the timeline and the new code for this. This property has been on the market on and off for years. There's been ample time to have developed this if the applicant was really serious about developing it. But I see this as a spec, as an opportunity just to flip it and to take advantage of an ordinance that we put in place to help those really in need. So I can't support either of these.
Okay. Thank you, George. John, you may remember, when was the 06 code was passed in the middle of 06?
July.
July.
Pretty much the middle.
Okay. Yeah, I guess similar thinking to George, but at what point does the 06 code start to really take hold? I know there was a lot of applications right under the wire, and a number of those have proceeded to completion, but a number haven't. A number have either let their applications expire or are, somewhere in this mix. And I know that the community plan and some of the elements we've seen from that have a lot of people concerned with extremely large structures within the urban growth boundary. It's one thing to be able to justify that at least they use up some TDRs. It gets a little more painful to say, oops, they were the old code. And so we're just still seeing the remnants of that. But that's, to my mind, part of why there is a vesting period and why there is a duty to keep a building permit alive and moving forward. Other board member comments? George has been brave and weighed in first. Michael?
Yeah, the difficulty with it is that I think we were trying to be fair, and we were trying to recognize people's hardships. But there's not really in terms of fairness, there's not really a sharp line. in fairness. And so we put these dates in to achieve the greatest fairness. And it turns out on the margins of those lines, there's less fairness. But we have to try to achieve the greatest fairness, and that's what we've done. And so I support the current extension, and that's it.
So no crafting of special
No, the
dispensation
margins
for
are where
these?
they are.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. Rob, you ready to weigh in?
Yeah, the first one, the house in '09, is partially built. I have a hard time going back. I was not around for the 2010 ordinance discussion on when that was developed. I was around for the 2011 ordinance discussion. I would hope that through a constrained lot, some mitigation, that the financial output would be minimized by the fact that part of the structure is already there. But I think that's the process to be going through first, as opposed to changing the ordinance and opening a floodgate for what's happening in 2009, and that I have a kind of a hard time to deal with. The other property, the West Buttermilk property, the January 2011, and I was part of the conversation in this year when we adopted a amendment, I'm not sure exactly what the terminology was, an amendment to the first ordinance extending additional periods if they brought it up to code. And I felt that it was odd when the first ordinance was issued. I tried to articulate that the first ordinance kind of made December people bypass the January people in their permits extending, and the January people's not extending, which I felt was odd in that process. I understand the board's point of view, and I think it was very clear that a majority of the board felt that it should have been the new land use code when they did that ordinance in 2010. So I'm not sure that battle's going to be won on the board, but I felt the two ordinances were not aligned. So I think the board has kind of spoken in very clearly on the fact that they want people to come up to land use code when we issue extensions. I felt that there was a slight unfair discrepancy between January and December in the 2010 to 2011 expirations, but I think the board was very clear that they felt they made a mistake with the 2010 ordinance in bringing things up to code. So I'm not sure that's a battle that's going to be won on this board, so I don't feel that extending or a new ordinance is really the direction to go with either of these.
Okay, thank you. Jack, you weighed in early if you'd like to, comment further.
Again, I made my comments conditioned on concern about the floodgates, et cetera, and my understanding, even under the current code, is if an applicant came in and was constrained by ABC, whatever, then in order not to do a takings, we have the ability to approve a site. But you have to go through, I don't think you have to go through takings even. Staff has the ability to determine, or do you have to go?
We would have to take it.
Okay. Well, and there's a process there, so ultimately, I think Mr. Sharp might end up where he wants to be, but unfortunately, when I see the direction of the board, I understand where that's at, and I can understand he's going to have to go through process if he wants to proceed. I think it might end up, I speculate, of course, in a positive way, because I can't predict all the ins and outs. Though I'm certainly willing to do whatever we have discretion about, and I can disagree with the board. So unlike Rob, who has just said he's doesn't see us going anywhere, so, well, you still have the ability to disagree if you so choose on anything. So I maybe have more flexibility. I think the Sharp situation can be resolved, and it's okay if you have to go through process, because that's the way it is. On the other application, yeah, I understand we picked an arbitrary date, but that date was arbitrary, and I just have a hard time being a tough guy here with this environment the way we are, so I'm going to disagree with that one also and move on.
Thank you, Jack. I'm going to agree with Michael and George and not move forward with any sort of modification of our previous ordinance or code. Michael used a very good expression, the edges of fairness, or, how do you find fairness? I mean, I'm one of these people kind of listening to the Medicare discussion, that those under 55 will be in a different system than those over 55. And I have a brother who's going to be potentially in a different system than I will be. Is that fair? Yeah, we're in the same family. But there's sometimes in which you have to draw a line. And I would note that the property could still pursue a 15,000 square foot home and comply with code through the purchase of TDRs. It has not been, the ability to pursue such a large home has not been taken away by the 96 code. I have a lot of empathy for your situation. I also can look to a lot of complications. You may have gotten a building inspection December last year for a year of record snowfall that went through almost June. And what type of changes have that made to the integrity of the structure going forward would be a real challenge for our department and your department, separate from kind of the stream issues. I do think that the process can be fairly straightforward to get it back to the appropriate desk of saying limited lot, that's all you can do. It's eligible for a takings hearing. It's eligible for variations that we can offer within our code once the takings has occurred. And so that's kind of the process that we have had set up for these sort of difficult circumstances. So I don't believe any real action is required by the board. The existing ordinance just stands as written. Is that correct? Okay.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you all for your time. Okay. We have a citizen board interview. I don't know if I saw Marilyn slip into the room with John Redmond, but I'm going to suggest we take at least a 2-minute break here. Come on. Okay, she is. you like to come up, Marilyn?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. See, welcome back on Grassroots TV. It's about 10 to 2. We're running a little behind schedule, and we apologize for that to you.
No problem.
Thank you so much for being here and for applying. I kind of usually kick it off with a broad, easy softball question.
Oh, no.
And say, why would you like to serve on the Financial Advisory Board?
Okay, I thought you were going to tell me, but this time you won't, that you were going to go with a hardball question.
No.
All right. Well, thank you for taking the time to consider my application. I think that there's just always so much to learn when a citizen begins to get into any particular board in a government that is focused on any particular area. And because I have an interest in finance and certainly in the soundness of government operations, I think I would really enjoy the opportunity to have a good reason to learn a lot more about Pitkin County finance and the challenges and opportunities facing Pitkin County. I think it would be a great learning experience for me, and I hope that my background in business and finance would be able to make a contribution.
Okay, thank you. Other board member questions? Rob?
I'll start with, first, thank you for applying. This sits in front of our board and applies. Deserves a pat on the back for that in itself. We just went through last week, I don't know if you had an opportunity to look at our item last week on our report from the Financial Advisory Board. Not important if you did or didn't, but we went over some projections on where we are in our 5-year planning range, and nobody's got a crystal ball out there, and myself as a business owner and part of the community that way have certain input to various things, and I'm sure yourself as part of our community have certain input. So I'm just going to ask what your crystal ball is telling us, primarily on where the 3 main revenue categories for the county are going to go in terms of sales tax dollars, taxes, and fees and grants.
I would not even claim to own a crystal ball. And I think that anybody who does claim to, you might want to really question them pretty hard these days, because it seems that we're in a particularly volatile time when we thought by this time we would be stabilizing. And it certainly seems that the county's revenues and certainly expenses have stabilized, and the expenses seem to have stabilized because of the hard work of this board and your staff. That it seems that as if you've really crunched down on spending, so that part's predictable. But the revenue side, I just don't know. But I don't think that we can hurt ourselves by being conservative in our projections, and maybe assuming that things don't get better, and find ways to deliver the same level of services more efficiently with what we've got. I would be afraid to be projecting lots of great improvement right now, but certainly be thrilled to see it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other board questions? George and Michael, I'll just go down the line.
Marilyn, thanks for applying.
Thank you.
I'm sure you've worked with other boards and committees, and I'm sure there's been disagreements over different issues. How do you go about working together to come up to a consensus or a common goal and purpose?
Thanks, George. That's a good question. Yes, my business career in particular, I was on quite a number of nonprofit boards as well as corporate boards, and then business organizations as well, like lobbying organizations. And certainly all of those had opportunities for disagreement, for compromise. And I think it very much depends on the culture of the people that you're working with. Some boards, all it would take is just having a very open, general discussion to arrive at consensus. And other times, depending on the board, it might take a lot of one-on-one talks over a glass of wine to either agree to disagree or to come to a closer compromise. So I think so much would depend on the culture, and it seems that the culture of the Financial Advisory Board is just developing. As I understand it, you've got several slots to fill, and so maybe it hasn't quite developed its own personality yet.
Oh, thank you.
Michael?
Marilyn, I'm going to be very frank with you. I have some serious doubts about your application, but nonetheless, I want to be fair about it. So let me ask, do you seek controversy, or does controversy seek you?
Well, when you say you have serious doubts about my application, may I ask whether you mean by that my willingness to apply, or my actual physical application in something that I may have said in the application itself?
No, my doubts come from community history.
Okay.
And so, because my it's not close contact, but my contact with you through the newspapers essentially has been a series of incidents that you're involved in. And that's why I asked whether you seek controversy or you think controversy seeks you. There was the issue of videotaping at the city council and your issues with the city council and trying to videotape their hearings. Then there was, subsequent to that, I think, now I could be wrong on it, then there was the issue of Burlingame and responsibility for Burlingame costs and whether those were accurate or not. And you were at the forefront of that. Then there was the election IRV, instant runoff voting, and you were at the forefront of that. And then there was a lawsuit for ballot examinations, and you were at the forefront of that.
Exactly.
And then there was there was controversy about emails that you had with the election board, and you were at the forefront of that. And you seem to be at the center of each one of those storms. And so the difficulty for me is, if you're going to be involved in a board, is that going to suddenly be a storm center? And that's not something I really want for the county. So that's why I ask if you seek controversy or if controversy seeks you.
Well, if you were looking for someone to be a yes man and to avoid controversy when controversy needs to take place, then I'm the wrong one. I certainly don't seek controversy, but nor do I shy from it. And when the first of those series of events that you mentioned was in fact the Burlingame enormous gap between spending and what had actually been predicted. And yes, I did stumble onto that. And when asked to be quiet about it, I refused to be quiet about it. And I would hope that this board, if such a thing came in front of the Financial Advisory Board, that a financial surprise hit, I would hope that this board would want it to be raised, not to be hidden. And in all of those matters that you mentioned, I'm actually quite proud of the public service that I feel like I engaged in and I offered. Yes, they were controversial, but usually improvements in significant matters of transparency and policy change don't happen without a little controversy. I would certainly work to avoid it. I don't seek it. But of course you don't read in the papers about the things that we do that are not controversial.
Well, and there have been plenty of people in the community that have been controversial, and that's fine. It's just you come with that baggage, and you didn't mention it in your.
Perhaps I don't consider it to be baggage.
Yeah.
Perhaps I consider it to be valuable experience.
Yeah, I mean, but it is baggage. I mean, it's something that you have ownership of.
Well, and for you consider it baggage, and I proudly.
Well, we can look for another word. If you want to look for another word, that's part of your record that you're proud of.
Yes.
That's what you're saying.
Yes.
And other people have a different interpretation of that record. So those are the difficulties that your application presents to me. I'm being quite frank with you.
I appreciate the candor.
So those are some of those are some of the problems I have. Whether or not you can use them, I think, the county has a culture of trying to be as transparent and as creative as possible, and including its citizens, all types of citizens, and doesn't have an ideology that can't be questioned. And it's important to question that ideology, if there is one. So that's the culture. You bring your own record. Do they fit? I don't know.
Well, Michael, thank you for saying that. If I may respond, what I have told some people from my limited experience with the county, as you know, my experience has tended to be engaged more with the city. But I've told some people that my experience so far, at least, is that the default setting for the county seems to be pro-transparency. It seems to be, unless there's a reason that the law requires us not to offer something to the public, we expect the public to have access to the information. I can't say that that's necessarily been the case in the past with the city. So, I would hope that there would not be much reason for controversy on that point.
Okay, thank you. Jack, did you have any questions?
Yeah, I would start off with saying that I believe the culture, the functioning, and the workings of the FAB are pretty consistent. And though, in our little update does need one more name here, because Rudy is, and I apologize, he's so new I don't remember. Don't we have one other additional board member here?
Yes, Rudy.
Yeah. So, given that, if you happen to be appointed, you would fit in, bring your own personality, and things would kind of shift a little, but the way staff manages and our expectations and our interactions are pretty consistent, so that we don't have a developing culture. I would share, maybe not the same words, but the same thinking with Michael. I have a concern, but I have no problem with controversy. There's a couple of us that have been around here for a while that have had enough controversy to fill up several buckets. So that's not a problem. But I would like to ask you a question. Really, how do you interact with people?
That's a
because that's what part of being on a board is all about.
Right. Well, I realize that this is probably not the practice of this board, but if one were to go back in my career and talk to the board members of the boards that I was part of, I think what you would find is virtually overwhelming support. The boards that I was part of, I served on for maximum term. And in fact, one particular board wanted to go to the shareholders to ask if they could change the term limits so that I could stay on the board, but I said no, I didn't think that was appropriate. One of the boards for my industry, I was the chairman of the board of the Truck Trailer Manufacturers Association, and I was asked for the first time in their 100-year history, I was the only board member and chairman to be asked to serve consecutive terms as board member. Only person ever asked to serve 2 terms. So I think in general, I have a very successful history of working with people on boards. I'm sorry that my willingness to confront some issues here in the city of Aspen causes a problem. And I certainly, if part of the requirement of being on this board is to not raise tough issues and not speak to them, then I certainly am the wrong person. But when I was talking about the developing culture, I really meant of your new board members, because as I understand it, you were having a turnover of the board members. I wasn't referring to the culture of the county.
Yeah, and your response to my question is good, but only partial, because you're talking about what others think about you. I want to know how you interact Marilyn, the individual, in board situations, whether it's by example or, comprehend, without a speech, of course. Just give me some of that more personal insight.
Well, I think that,
I can't
again,
go check up on your past,
Okay.
even though I think it speaks on the surface well as your relationships with.
and again, I would say that on a board, just as in everyday life, how you react to a person or a group of people, so much depends on the personality of the people you're dealing with. But I guess what I think, the attributes I do bring to this, I think I'm a pretty good listener. I will listen to and debate with and engage with anyone. And, it's well known, my differences of opinion with Mick Arlen. There have been many a time I've asked Mick to let's go have lunch, let's go have a drink, let's go sit down for dinner, let's have a coffee and just talk. He doesn't choose to engage at that level. It's my preference to do that. And I can't think of anybody on earth that I wouldn't love to sit down and have a coffee with if I have a difference of opinion, or find ways to work together. So that's maybe how I could sum it up as to how I like to interact with people. If they want to allow it, they want to allow it.
I understand. Thank you. I appreciate the
Mhm.
response.
We're starting to run towards the end of our interview, Tom. Rob, did you have any follow-up questions? Going down through the...
Nope.
Okay.
Okay.
Marilyn, do you have any questions for us?
Not really. I think you've given me a generous amount of time, and I appreciate the opportunity to be considered.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that.
Okay.
We will, get back to you in short order. I don't know if we end up with enough time during open discussion this afternoon to be able to discuss this or not, but we'll have to see when we have a chance to kind of reconvene back on this topic, because we are supposed to go on to State Highway 82 access control plans now.
And good luck with that.
Okay, thank you again for applying. I appreciate that.
And thank you.
Thank you.
Great, so the next item is State Highway 82 access control plan. This is going to be,
They're going to need some setup time, I think.
okay, we have how long do you think?
5 minutes.
Okay. We'll modify our rate later. Kids, are we ready? Thank you. We are reconvening. Those tuning in on Grassroots TV, it's Tuesday, September 13th, about 2:15, and we are now here to discuss the State Highway 82 Access Control Plan. GR, if you'd like to introduce yourself, and everyone please introduce themselves for the records as they speak.
Thank you, Rachel. Good afternoon. I'm GR Fielding. I'm the county engineer, and again, I'll be presenting with Jim Hansen from Atkins. We're here today to discuss the State Highway 82 Access Control Plan. At our last work session together, the board had directed staff to investigate an alternative which put a fully controlled intersection at Service Center Road. We'll get to that in a few minutes. First, Brian Pettit, the Director of Public Works, will discuss a few of the ongoing processes that we have in and around the airport, the ABC, and all of those adjacent areas.
Great. Thanks, GR. I am Brian Pettit, Director of Public Works. Just to restate that. I want to go back to, I guess, 2005 and talk to Dan Russo with CDOT, and I think we funded this in 2004. It was my brainchild to try to get our transportation system from Smith Way to Maroon Creek Bridge up to a level to match what development pressures could happen around that area. So we started this access control plan process, which tries to put transportation needs in front of development so that we can plan for the future. What happened as time moved on is things changed around the ABC area. So we have an access control plan that's pretty well in stone from Smith Way to just the outskirts of the ABC and then on to Maroon Creek Bridge. But we wanted to study this sub-area a little more closely, and that's what we're bringing to you today. So just to remember that this is a smaller piece of a larger puzzle. There are other planning efforts in the area. We have a pedestrian crossing that has been funded from a design and engineering standpoint. We have an airport master plan taking place right now. We have the Aspen Area Community Plan, and RAFTA is planning a BRT station upgrade in the area. So with all of these 5 planning efforts, including the access control plan, going forward together, we formed what we're calling the AABC Transportation Coordination Group. And this is comprised of RAFTA, the airport, CDOT, Public Works, and community development, and several consultants as well that's helping with that planning effort. So we've been meeting, I think we've met 4 or 5 times over the last several months. This seemed like a good item to bring to them for discussion. And so in your agenda item summary, you'll see excerpts from the last meeting that we had with that coordination group. And in fact, they made a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners that staff based their recommendation on as well. Many of those people are represented in the observing audience today. So hopefully if they have something to add or contribute, we can allow that to happen. The thing to keep in mind from a design standpoint is that there is control plan level and design level. And what we're looking at today is control plan level design. So if we're looking at a full movement intersection, we're not going to determine what that intersection really looks like. It might be a roundabout, it might be a signalized intersection. What we're concerned about today is that it's full movement. Those design level decisions will be made at a later date. And with regard to process, we do have partners in this access control planning process, and that is the City of Aspen and CDOT. And so from here, if there is a decision to move forward today with a preferred alternative, we will bring that back to this Board of County Commissioners in the form of an ordinance that you would have to approve. From there, we'll go to the City Council, and they would also have to approve the same access control plan in the form of an ordinance before it goes to the Transportation Commission down in Denver. And then they would approve it as an access control plan, and we would need to follow that going forward, unless we need to amend it, of course. There's that process as well.
Rachel, can I ask a question?
Michael?
Brian, you mentioned the Aspen City Council. How do they figure this? Why? It sounds complicated already.
Yeah, it is complicated already, and it has been. They are partners because they funded part of the planning process, and part of the control plan goes into the city limits. So while today we're looking from Service Center Road to Buttermilk, part of the access control plan extended to Maroon Creek Bridge, which brought it into the city limits. So that's what ties them into the process.
Maybe I should follow up. And Brian, so I'm assuming that the city has also been involved in this process all the way along, so there won't be any surprises for them?
That is correct, and I forgot to mention, they were part of the Transportation Coordination Group, John Kruger with the City of Aspen, and as well as the town of Snowmass Village. So I did forget our municipal partners, and they have been involved in the access control plan discussions as well.
Thank you. Please continue. Oh, wait, Jack, you have one more question?
A real quick question. Our last meeting was February 1st, 2011. Have you reconvened any of these study groups, etc., as formal public process hearings? I shouldn't say hearings, but meetings, better term.
Just prior to this meeting, we had an open house in the Rio Grande meeting room. We had a lot of latecomers to that, and we had, probably a little over a dozen. I've also met individually with a lot of stakeholders, including members from the Aspen Area Business Center community and the North 40 community. Some people that have been very vocal about the plans in the past, so that way we could address specific concerns one-on-one. And so we've had a bit of outreach, Jack.
So that was in August you convened this open house?
We just had the open house a few minutes ago.
Great, thank you.
But since our last meeting, there has been additional outreach to
Yes.
kind of revet the concerns that public outreach.
This one meeting that just occurred today, or?
Yes.
Yeah, so I just wanted to clarify, because as articulated in the memo, September of 2010 was one of the last public meetings that occurred.
Okay, thank you. Please continue.
Great. That's all I have, and Giro, I'll go from here.
Okay. Again, at the last work session, the board asked that we looked to some sort of full movement intersection at Service Center and some sort of restricted movement at Baltic Avenue. And so where that landed is the three-quarter movement. We'll get into that with a map here in the next slide. We're also prepared to also talk about our previous alternative one with the lighted intersection or roundabout or whatever have you at Baltic Avenue, and also the intersection at BMC West, which occurs in both of these alternatives. Some of the direction that we heard, and that's what we looked at with this analysis, to leave Baltic as the most functional intersection as reasonable with that kind of the new alignments. And Jim will kind of go over the differences in these intersections, and we can look at the map while we do so.
Perfect. So we looked at a variety of different types of intersection controls, some which are fully controlled intersections, and those would be traffic signal or a roundabout, could be an interchange of some sort. The board the last time we met back in February specifically asked us to look at roundabouts, and with an access control plan, we don't necessarily decide what type of control it is, but what we wanted to do was make sure that the access control plan didn't preclude any type of an intersection from being utilized, and that's one of the things that we looked at. So we did verify that roundabouts could be utilized instead of traffic signals, specifically at Baltic, and to make sure that was a feasible option. That was one of the things that the board asked us to do. We want to make sure that would work with either option, with the options. When we get away from fully controlled intersections, we have a couple of different options, and those would be either full movement, kind of like at the Service Center right now, where you have stop controlled or yield controlled from the side street, the minor approaches onto the main line highway, or it could be restricted in some format. So what is discussed here is a three-quarter movement intersection, and essentially what that would be is that vehicles traveling on Highway 82 could make a left turn off of Highway 2 onto Baltic, into the AABC area, or into the airport. But vehicles coming off of Baltic onto Highway 82 would have to make a right turn. So basically it limits vehicles crossing straight across the highway and helps operations as an uncontrolled or unsignalized access. Further restrictions would take that down to a right and right out only, so it would remove that three-quarter, that left turn movement off of the highway and further restrict it. So those are kind of the various types of intersections we looked at the different locations. And again, we just wanted to make sure when we looked at the fully controlled intersections that the options are available, and that's what we wanted. We did confirm that.
Rachel, can I ask
Yes.
a question? Can you define a fully controlled intersection a little bit more for me? So you call one out at Service Center Road, and the Service Center Road has Highway 82 and then crossed by, at perpendicular essentially, at Service Center Road.
Sure. So in a fully controlled intersection, all movements of the intersection would be controlled by some type of a traffic control device, such as a traffic signal. So if you're traveling on Highway 82, there's going to be some type of a traffic control device that's going to tell a driver if they can go through the intersection or if they have to stop or have to yield in some manner. So a roundabout is considered a fully controlled intersection because all drivers coming into a roundabout have to yield to vehicles in a circulator road before proceeding and moving forward. Or a traffic signal, which could stop traffic on Highway 82 as well as the side streets. So a fully controlled intersection is really one where we're controlling traffic on Highway 82 as well as the side streets. When we say it's uncontrolled or an unsignalized or a three-quarter movement, we're only controlling the side street approaches or vehicles turning off of the highway. So the vehicles on Highway 82 basically don't have to stop or yield. They're continuing to move unobstructed through the intersection.
Thanks, Jim. One of the other questions that the board asked was regarding traffic numbers. One thing that we did is we revisited our traffic numbers for the corridor going up and down 82. And what we did find is that our numbers are fairly consistent with the record of decision. So we're kind of on the same page there. Another thing that the board had requested is to understand a little bit of the traffic movements within the business center and the neighboring community in the North 40. The North 40 is up in this area here. And total for all the traffic really going through Baltic and the right and way out, it's only contributing 10 to 15% of total traffic. Whereas just this little community right here where the gas station and Roxy's is and those turns, we're looking at 15 to 20% just in that one business area. And then the rest of the ABC here, including the back, the 300 road, the 200 road, that really contributes to 60 to 70, 75% of the traffic in the ABC. So we're really seeing a higher concentration in here than we are up here, and due to a lot of the businesses that are there.
TR, when you say, you give these percentages of traffic, is that on an annual basis? Is it on a daily? What are we talking about?
It's a peak hour traffic, so we're looking at our busiest times.
At our busiest times?
Yes.
And what times are those then?
I don't remember off.
I believe it's about 7:30 to 8:30 in the morning, and I think 4:30 to 5:30.
So it's approximately the rush hour.
Rush hour traffic.
And that's Anna Smith. She's one of the consultants with Atkins as well.
Thank you. Jack, you have a question?
I appreciate that breakdown, but do you have any towards Aspen or Down Valley breakdown? Any of these numbers?
Where the traffic's going.
Yeah.
At Baltic, it's about even. It's about an even split leaving from the AABC area.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
As we look at the map further, Jim kind of explained what these full movement intersections look like. And with the option that the board wanted us to look at, we're looking at Service Center Road and down near the BMC West property, where the ProBuild currently is. In order to facilitate that, there would have to be a frontage road constructed in between Sage Way and Service Center Road, and also a frontage road in between, kind of extending the 100 road down to the BMC West property. That would be needed to facilitate having the lights out there. What this kind of means traffic-wise off the highway is we'd really be pulling a lot of traffic away from Baltic and making them drive further on these frontage roads in order to access the highway. Also, where we have one of our highest concentrations in traffic, these people would either need to travel down the service center or down the frontage road to the BMC West property to make a left turn onto the highway.
You know, I just want to note, because I know this is part of the bigger discussion, but if you were at Baltic Avenue, wherever you fed into there, and you were going to go down Valley on Highway 82, going out through that new service center road, frontage road, you would be traveling in the direction in which you hope to go. You'd be on the frontage road a little longer, but then you would get to the intersection, or you could actually come out on Baltic if it had a right-hand turn only, no left. If you were heading to go into Aspen, and you were in the Baltic area vicinity as well, you would be traveling the direction you intended to go on the frontage road out into front of BMC West, and then you'd hit the intersection and you would go. So I know this reference that you might have to travel in opposite directions of where you wanted to go, but I don't see why you would be traveling in opposite directions if you know, maybe if you were coming off of the back of the 600 ABC road and you decided to go to the BMC light and then out. But you could also, you know, go in the direction you intended to go and access the highway.
I think that comment kind of stems from a little bit of a psychological factor that if you're in the North 40 area here and you want to make the left onto 82 to go towards town,
okay,
you'd likely come out and then travel down Valley, come out before you went up Valley, just because you're closer to that light. So that's where that comment really comes from, as far as going the opposite direction. But also, that would also, following the other logic, all of this area, whoever wouldn't be inclined to travel the wrong direction, now you have all of this traffic traveling all the way down to that BMC West light, or whatever that is, in order to go into town.
Okay.
So you have a longer trip on the frontage roads.
And a potential stacking in that area once it gets there. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate the explanation on my question, because I was thinking of that little ABC 200 road where I used to work more with the self-storage warehouses and the other businesses down there. And so we were always traveling left already to go to the Baltic light, so we were traveling in the opposite direction. So some people already do that.
Right.
Okay, Jack, you had a follow-up on that real quick?
You know, we have stacking anywhere, and I would like staff to make the presentation in a completely neutral way. I'm inferring that there's some not psychological, institutional, whatever, desire not to move forward with this, and so I'll make my statement, whether how valid it is, anyone can take it at face.
Okay, thank you, Jack. Please continue.
For both this alternative and the other alternative that we've looked at with the one of the major intersections at Baltic, another thing that we looked at is what that threshold would be to add that light at BMC West, or that intersection at BMC West. Technically, it wouldn't really be operationally necessary at any time, given a lot of our numbers, but we know how messy it is at Baltic now with the stacking. We definitely recognize that. And we recognize that no matter what, that this BMC West intersection is really going to act as a pressure release valve off of wherever this may end up. So really we can kind of use any future developments in that area as a trigger.
As a trigger to what?
To develop an intersection at that location.
So you're saying it could be phased, is what you're saying?
Absolutely.
Okay,
we did kind of just do a couple pros and cons. This option does move towards meeting the spirit of the access code by maximizing that spacing between full movement intersections. To be fair to both options that we have on the table, that gains efficiency on the highway is fairly minimal in what we call our progression analysis, and we'll talk about that here in a moment. A couple other things is it does provide a protected movement to the raft of buses moving on and off of Service Center Road, and that's something that RAFTA expressed that they like. However, they weren't necessarily in favor of having that all the traffic come through on the frontage road as kind of a counterpoint as well. Also at Service Center Road, we have a minimal amount of stacking, which would sort of recreate a problem that we currently have at Baltic. The area that we have for that frontage road would not allow a lot of area for stacking at a light for vehicles. And I'm going to actually go back a slide here just to demonstrate this. What I'm talking about is that frontage road there doesn't leave a lot of room on Service Center Road in between that road and the highway. And so it would cause some traffic concerns on the side road. And to Rachel's point, you did bring up, going out of direction. You don't necessarily have to. It was just kind of a number that we pulled based on, where we thought people might go in the opposite direction to get onto the highway to avoid going all the way through the business center. And a couple comments that we've heard from the airport twos. In some of their scenarios, they do like to keep some of the general aviation and commercial airport traffic separated. Obviously, that depends on what they decide to do with their master plan redevelopment. Jim's going to kind of go over this next slide, which is a summary of operations for this, and it talks about the traffic on the highway.
Obviously, this is part of an access control plan, so a lot of what we did was evaluating these different options and different intersections, locations, based off of the access control plan guidelines and standards and what the spirit of the access control plan is and what it's trying to achieve. So generally speaking, we wanted to meet half-mile spacing for the access control plan. What we see here is that on the alternative that was presented at the last meeting in February, there was about 0.3 of a mile spacing, so it didn't comply with the access control plan or the highway access code. However, for the one that we've just been discussing this morning, it does actually exceed that half-mile spacing, so we're becoming into compliance with the highway access code, which is a good thing.
Let me interrupt for a half second,
Sure.
just because our packets only have alternative 2 in them. As a refresher, we don't have the alternative 1. Alternative 1, if you would just briefly outline it for us and for the public who's watching on TV.
I can go over that, and it's my apologies because it kind of got added as we realized that we were going to be talking about it more than what we thought we were when we came up with this.
Contrasting the two of them.
The alternative 1 is we'll move from the north to the south, so the top of the map down. Service Center Road would remain much as it is today. If there were significant safety concerns, there's some tools that we could use to restrict some of the movements at different times. It also includes this frontage road, as that's something that we've heard from the North 40 community and also some other community concerns to allow, even if there isn't a light there, to still allow a frontage road there. And we'll note that we have heard both sides of that, I guess. The Baltic Avenue would remain a full movement intersection, and that could be a light or a roundabout or anything like that, and also a full movement intersection at BMC West. So really what we're looking at is a bit of a trade between Service Center and Baltic.
Full movement or full control?
Full movement, full controlled.
Full movement, full controlled.
Yes.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Okay, now we can go back to your comparison between the two.
So as you see that moving those signals closer together, we don't meet the highway access code guidelines for this type of a facility. One of the things we look at when we look at the signal spacing is what is the progression of the signals on the highway. So what kind of a green band can you get, or movement of traffic, how much time can be allocated to traffic flow on Highway 82? And what we're seeing is between the two, it varies in the AM and the PM peak, 42%. So that's the amount of time allocated for green time onto the highway between those intersections, between the signalized intersections along the corridor. And based off the spacing, really kind of plays a role in what those numbers are. So you can see that we're 42% in the AM and 37% in the PM for alternative 1, 35% in the AM and 42% in the PM for alternative 2. So really we're kind of switching AM and PM, but for the most part we're really talking about fairly similar progressions. We try to shoot for 40%. It's kind of what the goal is, at least at a minimum of 40%. We're in the ballpark there of what we need to do to meet the intent of the Highway Access Code. So we're close on either option. So from a standpoint of one being preferential to the other for signal operation and progression, it's really kind of a wash.
Okay, and I just want to explore that progression concept a little more carefully so I fully understand it. Progression is the amount of time that people off of the highway have as a percentage of the whole time to get onto the highway, or is it the timing of the lights on 82 so that the opportunity to perhaps make 2 green lights in a row exists?
That's the second one. It's to really keep the amount of time so we can keep that, what we call we kind of do a time space diagram. We have a big green band and look how much time that green band takes up with the entire traffic signal cycle length. And essentially, it's the amount of time that people traveling on Highway 82 have during that cycle to progress through the signals on Highway 82. And the larger those numbers, the easier it is to make sure you're hitting green lights successively along the corridor, and less chance for hitting a red light.
So another way of expressing this would be that under either alternative, the best that a driver could hope for would be 42% of the time they may hit 2 green lights. I mean, based on the analytical, and the worst would probably be a 35% chance that they would hit 2 green lights.
It's not a chance of hitting the green lights. It's the amount of time of the green band is going to be going through there. So the lights are synchronized so that typically you have, if you hit one red light, you should get through both of them moving forward. But because of time that, because it's not a fixed time system, what happens is if cars on the side streets come up, they may cause the signal to change depending on where that is in the cycle. Essentially what happens is if there's only 1 or 2 cars on the side street, we have what's called an early release, early return back to green onto Highway 82. Well, if they get an early return, now they may hit the red light at the next location. So the bigger that number is, the less likely you could have a chance of hitting 2. It's not necessarily that 42% of the time you're going to make it through. It's just the bigger number makes it wider or narrower, so to speak, to get through. So it's kind of a tricky, concept, but it's really just how big of that green band is, and the larger it is, the better, the more likely you're going to hit the green.
It's definitely a measurement of the efficiency along the main line of State Highway 82.
Thank you for that clarification.
Well, what would be the ideal then? What's the ideal?
Well, no signals. That's 100%. I mean, 100% is that's the no control, no control on Highway 82. That's for moving traffic on Highway 82. But here and that's one of the tricks about an access control plan is we understand you can't have that. You got to get vehicles have to be on and off of the highway safely and fairly efficiently. People don't want to be waiting on the side streets. So, given sort of the constraints that we have, which is really the parameters, which is the developed area there, we know that that's kind of a constraint. The land uses in the vicinity of the highway really control at some level where you can put access points to serve the community. And we can go a long way up valley or down valley, but that doesn't really serve the community. So we want to be close enough that we are doing that. And that's sort of trying to find the balance. And 40% is the number that's been determined to be at least an acceptable progression through a corridor such as this. And we're pretty close to that. So that would be acceptable and would be generally considered, moving along the highway. Okay, so we'll be able to progress traffic. Okay.
So the balance you're talking about is really the balance of access to the highway and the use of the highway. And,
right.
And that's the balance that you're trying to find. Because if it was 100%, then nobody in the business center or the airport would have access.
Exactly.
Any kind of access to the highway.
And the whole purpose of the access control plan is really to find that proper balance between highway mobility and access to the community in a manner that may not completely meet the highway access code, but meet the intent of it, so to maintain mobility, but at the same time safe and efficient access to the businesses, the residents, and the surrounding land uses.
Thank you for explaining this technical terms. John, you want to jump in from there?
I think what's important about this is it's a technical measure, kind of an apples to apples comparison of the technical efficiency of the two options. And so I think what this is really telling us is that, with the exception of a few percentage points depending on which direction you're traveling, which time of the day, these are, from a technical perspective, have equal efficiency in terms of moving traffic up and down the interstate. And so that's probably not the basis upon which the board's going to make a decision about which is the best access control or access point.
And let me just take it, just to maybe try to add on to that, is that essentially, I think that the purpose of this is that even though we don't meet the actual spacing criteria of the highway access code, the operations are such that they're basically a wash. So it's somewhat irrelevant because operationally it's still going to function fine. And that's really that's really kind of the big picture point of this. That either one of them operationally can work. It's really a matter of what the community values and what the board values.
Okay. Thank you. If you'd like to continue the presentation, then we'll get into board discussion pretty
We just have just another, one more slide that we want to just go over very briefly. And as we said earlier, we did go through some public process, whether it be with stakeholders and people who have interests in other planning processes in the ABC, or with business owners, residents, and then just before this meeting, public open house. At the public open house just prior, we heard opinions on both of the options that we have on the table, but we tried to kind of really talk to people about the technical aspects that we just presented. And we did hear concerns about the stacking at Baltic, and also with concerns about bringing that much traffic up to Service Center. They ranged the whole gamut. A lot of which has already been discussed in your packet, so I don't want to take up too much time with that. We did also hear concerns over increases to traffic on Frontway. Frontway is the road that goes by the firehouse and comes up to the frontage road. We did hear specific concerns from the business community that the change in traffic patterns will adversely affect their businesses centered around Baltic. We did get a lot of comments, as I said, about fixing the pileup at Baltic. Those stacking issues are pretty significant. I think no matter what we decide in the short term, probably some changes to Baltic are in order, just as to mitigate that, such as like a double left-hand turn lane or something like that out of Baltic will help that stacking pretty a bit. So that kind of spans a lot of the different public comment. We did get a lot of strong positive feedback about keeping Baltic. That, to be fair, that wasn't a lot of self-interest of the people that expressed that. But as we also saw from a technical standpoint, it didn't adversely affect the operations on the highway itself.
Okay.
Are you done? I'm sorry.
Yes.
So, based on the meeting that was just held, and based on your comments in our memo to us, which was done probably last week, in your memo you say full movement controlled intersection at Baltic Avenue. This alternative is preferred by the businesses in the ABC and the residents based on public outreach efforts that have been performed for the State Highway 82 ACP. keeping the full movement control intersection of Baltic Avenue as more centralized location for residents and businesses within the AABC area. So does that still hold true based on all the input you've gotten up to today as well?
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
The comments that we heard at the public open house were very consistent with everything that we've heard up to this point as well.
Thank you. Michael?
What about, can Riverdown Drive goes past, is behind CMC, is that the CMC?
It's the back road in the North 40 is the Riverdown Road.
And it's, I don't drive.
It also goes, once you get, essentially, was the Sageway kind of ends, and then when you make that 90-degree turn at CMC, then it becomes Riverdown, and that kind of wraps all the way around the backside of the North 40.
Can that be connected to Service Center Road?
It can be connected no matter which alternative we decide. We've heard some pushback from RAFTA as it would affect some of their operations in and out of that driveway. I think, in my own personal opinion, that if we were to go with, say, alternative one and keep the light at Baltic, we're not going to be seeing the amount of traffic that have a huge impact on their operations. But that's my opinion, and take that for what it's worth.
But you're saying it could be, you could make a connection between Riverdown Drive and Service Center Road, and that would prevent that short stacking point. I mean, people could loop there. And none of these distances are very large, it seems to me. That's one thing that characterizes this. Most of them are quite short distances, almost walking distances rather than driving distances. But you could link Riverdown Drive with Service Center Road, and then you get a very long stack. And
I'm sorry.
And then you wouldn't. Then RAFTA could come out there without cross traffic there. So
I misunderstood you the first time, Michael, and that's my mistake. Riverdown, between Riverdown and Service Center Road, while they're geographically very close, there's some grade issues there. Service Center goes down to the wastewater treatment plant, down a fairly steep hill in the back there, and so the place to there, I don't know if that's all that feasible.
I'll drive back there and walk and see.
Okay, thank you. This is a work session only of the board. I see any number of people here to speak to it. If we're going to turn off the projector, if no one else on the board thinks we'll need that, I'll move back to a place where I can see people a little better. You can tell we have a little stacking problem in our meeting room. Thank you. I want to be in front of the graphics.
This one?
So, am I to understand that the staff recommendation, is kind of in between the curbs, but, your requested action was for us to make a final decision, but the staff recommendation is to remain with a alternative one, is that correct?
Based on just the majority of the public and stakeholder input.
And the roughly equal functioning of the two. Okay, thank you. I will express my one concern about alternative one and then throw it to the full dialogue. And I'm really thinking, 10 years down the line, 15, whatever it is. I am concerned that we'll get to a point where we hear from RAFTA it's simply not safe to have buses take a left-hand turn onto Highway 82 at a uncontrolled intersection. And they will be accessing, by coming down the new connector between the RAFTA facility and, which road is it? The frontage road in front of CMC and the gas station, and accessing any eastbound traffic through the Baltic Avenue intersection. I mean, I just see that as inevitable with highway growth. There's a point at which there's some pretty long buses, especially the articulateds, I don't know that they don't always go to the right. Maybe they will forever. Maybe we'll see different staging. But even just our own public works vehicles, our sheriff's vehicles that are refueling, it may be at a point in time when it's simply not safe to try to cross that highway there. And so if we go with alternative one, which we may, I think it may have unintended consequences that some of the residents at the North 40 have not anticipated. Either that or we'll see it pushed to a point where there is, literally that third controlled intersection becoming an alternative. I'm not suggesting that. I don't want to see it. But there's a point at which CDOT's key focus is safety for all the traveling public, and they don't want to have access points that endangers people's lives, and whether it's pedestrians or vehicles and that sort of thing. So I am concerned about where does it lead in the long term with circumstances beyond what we fully anticipate today. Board member discussions. Michael?
Well, to follow up on that, wasn't that access point, the service center, not on the service center roadside, but the other side? Wasn't that the side of the accident of Charles Wiley's fatality?
Yes.
And he was headed out onto the highway and going down towards Woody Creek, probably. I mean, it was that. So he wasn't making a right-hand turn; he was making a left-hand turn.
I believe that's
Way more. Yeah, that was.
I'm not sure. I haven't looked at the.
Yeah, I mean, I travel on that service center road, going to the animal shelter weekly, once a week, minimum, and making a right-hand turn into town takes a lot of navigation skills, because traffic is going so fast there, and there is a turn lane which you can turn into, but it's a very sharp turn, and for a bus it would be impossible, quite frankly. And the bus then, in my Prius, I'm not really sticking out into the lane, but the bus is occupying 2 lanes at once, essentially. So I have the same concerns that Rachel does about not addressing it now, and that it will become a serious problem. I think in terms of RAFTA, I think their access now to Service Center Road is problematical, and I think they should consider looping around to the backside of Service Center Road, not the front side. And that would allow them to stack easily and allow traffic into that. And I've expressed that to them, that they should consider that. The problem with this is there's a lot of changes going on here. For Baltic Avenue, it's a big change. But I think if Baltic Avenue would actually be served by this, when you have less congestion at that point, I think people would say, I'll go there now because I won't get caught in that stack of traffic leading out of there. I know it's going to move freely. So I'm much more leaning towards this alternative too, because it's a long-term vision for both the airport and for the business center. That's what I'm.
Jeff?
A couple questions, Rachel, and then
please.
Comments. I'd like to clarify, in the presentation, pros and cons relocating Signal to Service Center Road. It says combines general aviation and commercial airport into one access. Now, we don't have alternative 1 before us, but does not alternative 1 still include a new airport road around the terminal? What this is showing is you close a little bit of frontage road, but ironically, this is both a pro and con, because it works for both alternatives, because in the end, at the construction of the new airport, quote-unquote improvements, traffic's going to be combined going down Valley anyway.
That's pretty fair. And it's more probably determined on how the airport decides to redevelop within their property over there as well.
Yeah, and they certainly say in your different alternatives, future roadway design to be determined, but every one of them showed access down valley anyway past the ABO. So, that one is a con for both, as it were. A question, trying to take the whole package here, and our job is not only infrastructure, safety, and finances, among other things. So at the end of the day, who pays for this? Right now, without a specific, if it's percentages, no, I'm not asking that, but who are the players?
The players are certainly the state through CDOT, possibly any future development, and the county.
Okay, so, and again, proportions are different, but I would assume the state plays little role according to current finances. So, a lot of future development county money here. So, and to me, that's a long-term question, because at the moment, I'm not looking at CDOT, though we'd love to have them have more revenues. Doesn't look like it's on the table at the moment. For me, this question is not all that tough because of all the things that we've actually heard today. Long-term is most important. I was on the board when we went through the first access control plan, and we thought it was there. Actually, much more thoughtful to Brian's idea to bring this a little more focused, so I'm way into that. But I think, and I understand self-interest by residents and businesses, but it makes no sense to have access in and out of the ABC in one location, with one exception, a roundabout. Now, if we could get an understanding of where the future is, where the funding is at, I would support a roundabout, absolutely. I mean, I think our roundabout going into town is fabulous, without signalized intersections and all this stuff. But, and I guess I have to ask this, in coming up with an access plan, can we say we prefer alternative 2 unless a roundabout? Can we give a priority 1 and 2? Because, roundabout, yes, or you do it the reverse. We prefer a roundabout, but if a roundabout isn't built, then we prefer alternative 2. I guess that would be a more logical way to express it. Can we do that? Okay. Also, phasing, and I heard phasing before. It looks like, according to, and timing is everything, but the last major, and I'm calling BMC West a major development, and I'm talking about the airport being a major development. It would appear BMC West will be probably the last of these developments due to funding from the city or partnerships, however it works. So as this evolved and several things happened, could we build Service Center Road and still keep Baltic Avenue?
How do you mean keep it?
I mean, keep it under a signalized intersection now, and this is phasing. So right now,
As far as phasing is concerned, no matter what you decide, you can put a frontage road through the service center. And that can happen, and we can come up with whatever trigger point we really want for that.
okay.
As far as BMC West, we figured that is something that's a good fit out into the future. What we could not do, as far as what we've studied so far, is to put in any sort of controlled intersection at Service Center and keep a signal at Baltic.
And why is that?
Too close?
They're very close.
Well, Buttermilk to Burlingame. And that took a special consideration and intercession by, I think, a governor with a lawsuit, etc. And we're not going to go to the lawsuit scene, but things can happen.
I guess, one of the purposes of an access control plan is to reduce accesses to the highway as much as possible, so you maintain an efficient highway. By having those all be full movement intersections, you've really gone against the purpose of having an access control plan to begin with.
Okay, now I'm and I'm almost done, Rachel, I apologize, I'm having to kind of think through this. This is a phasing issue, and we don't have the money for a roundabout, and BMC West is not going to come on board. But we could alleviate a heck of a lot of stacking traffic by creating the access through, and I know there's some land use issues and whatever, but I'm sorry, I'm sure we can get it done, engineer-wise. We could take all that traffic that stacks up, and people would have the ability to go on Sageway, is it? Yeah, on Sageway, take a right out, and go out without a fully controlled signal. So there's several options for phasing here.
Yes.
Without having to put 3 lanes or more at Baltic for the left-hand turn.
Well, as far as phasing at Baltic, if we were to add an extra left turn lane, I think that we can get it done within the real estate that we have there. It would just take a change from CDOT to change the physical lights and the signs that are hanging over the highway. And it would change the way that light works. So that's another thing to consider as far as the phasing. Again, the frontage road is something that could alleviate some pressure too in the meantime for traffic going down Valley. And I don't see anybody trying to get out to that intersection, try to make the left to go into town.
So there are multiple phases.
There's multiple feasible possible, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think Rob is up next, and then George.
Couple questions real quick so that I'm clear on this. Under alternate 2, you say the second bullet point, Baltic Avenue would be converted to an unsignalized 3/4 movement, no left turn out loud. That's out of Baltic?
Out of Baltic and the
and left out of the highway onto Baltic, coming from down Valley would be restricted as well?
No,
just the Baltic coming to Aspen.
And we looked at this from a purely technical standpoint, so I want to kind of preface that in that, yes, a 3/4 movement is the most functional access that we could put there with the lights at BMC and Service Center. And so what that means is you can make a left off of the highway, but not a left onto the highway.
But that left would be now a non-signaled left.
Yes.
So it would be a wait for traffic.
A wait for traffic.
So you'd have a stacking issue there potentially at various times to pull into Baltic from the highway coming from down Valley.
Yeah, unless you already exited at Service Center Road.
Unless you already exited at Service Center Road.
Yes.
The other thing is that we don't have the alternate 1 thing in our packet, but you had said, I think through your presentation, that you could add additional controls at the Service Center Road. This is not alternate 2, but alternate 1, where you have a 3/4 movement at Service Center Road. You do the connection between Service Center Road and Sage Way. And then you said, at one point you said you could add...
Yeah, well, there's a lot of tools in the box, and one of the things that we could do is say, a lot of the RAFTA movements are early in the morning with the buses, and what we could say is, you're allowed to make a left out except for during these hours. And so we could restrict, make it a 3/4 movement for a majority, or during the busiest times, but still, allow at those times where, the buses are moving out, our plows are moving out in the, in the morning out of Public Works and that sort of thing. But, at peak hours, maybe you have to take the frontage road through to Baltic to make that left.
And then my another question I have is, you haven't really worked in pedestrian crossings into this, and that seems to me like a big aspect to this, where these pieces are in terms of safe pedestrian crossing from one side to the other. What are your thoughts on what alternative works better with, it's a separate part of the plan, but potential pedestrian crossings.
Well, I think that the pedestrian crossing is going to be tied a lot to the centers of gravity on each side of the highway where those pedestrians are generated. And so we've got the raft to stop on and the airport terminal on the airport side, and the raft to stop and the businesses on the ABC side. And I don't think that we're going to see, I think that that is really starting to gravitate the more that we look at it around those raft to stops. However, that being said, in our first public meeting, which we had on September 1st for that topic, we did hear a range of opinions about where that should be located. As far as which option works best, it's funny, when we looked at this, we talked a bit about having a pedestrian crossing would actually help the movement at Baltic, because you'd be able to move freely, because that's not a protected pedestrian movement as it stands now. So that having that pedestrian crossing does mitigate some of the problems that we have at Baltic, and I think that having Baltic at being one of the main intersections helps, is part of the reason why that's near the center of gravity for those pedestrians. So what I mean by that is, because Baltic's there, that's where we have a lot of our pedestrians now.
Does that answer your
Yes.
questions to some extent? Great, thank you. George, you were up next.
Thanks. Alternative one, you have signalized BMC West. Is that based on some preliminary designs for the airport?
No, it basically, we have that as a location that can work on the airport side, and to be fair, that could just be any full movement intersection. We've just been, sometimes we just slip and always say signalized.
So, again, today what you're looking for is for us to try to come up to a decision on full movement areas versus the design.
Yes.
Okay. And knowing that BMC probably won't be developed for at least a decade, I'm just taking a wild guess, and knowing that the airport won't be redeveloped for at least another decade, I'm taking a wild guess. Sooner? Mm-hmm. Really? Oh, that's interesting.
Where the money is, we're there.
However, I support the alternative one. I think Baltic Ave makes the most sense. That's where all the movement really is now. And not to say you couldn't move that, but I think by using that as your full movement intersection as it is, extending the frontage roads in both directions, one going up to Service Center Road and one going down to BMC West, to allow disperse some of that traffic that wants to head down Valley from the North 40 or head into Aspen from the commercial area. I think will help disperse some of that traffic. And later on with the designs, I think the points that were raised about Service Center Road in terms of egress 10 years from now may pose a problem, but that could be a design element, and that could also possibly be a roundabout as an option that wouldn't really deter the flow like a traffic light would. I'm assuming that's correct. So given all that, in terms of the next 10 years or so, and knowing that the only thing that is really currently on shovel-ready for the most part is a BRT stop that will be utilized hopefully in the next 2 years, and where they have tentative plans, which is around the Baltic Avenue, which gives you egress to the airport, to the business center, probably will end up making the most sense where you're going to have a great separation for pedestrians. Also, given the feedback that we've received from residents in North 40, from the business community, AABC, from all the other entities involved, I'm going to support alternative one with those other options. I don't know if alternative one includes the extension of frontage roads in both directions.
It does.
It does, okay. So that's where I'm at.
Rachel, may I clarify?
Yeah.
George, you said, I understand down Valley improving that frontage road. But going to Aspen, you indicated that people could use that as an egress. An egress.
No, I said, if you extend from,
Going to BMC West is what I'm trying.
yeah, going to BNC West, so those people who want to go into Aspen, coming off in the commercial center, rather than having to deal with the traffic light at Baltic, if they're going to Aspen, they may have that other option.
But they'd have to cross those lanes
No.
without a signal, correct?
Alternate one has a full movement intersection at BMC
BMC
West
West.
and Baltic Avenue.
So you're talking about installing that other full movement? Okay.
Yeah,
Signalized
down the road,
intersection.
because I think that will take pressure off of Baltic.
Significant.
George is the first one who's really kind of definitively suggested an alternative. That's what we need to get down to.
I suggested.
I know, you said you were leaning towards that. I was just going to go back around to clarify. Michael, you're in alternate 2. Rob?
I'm on alternate 1. I feel the relief on the new intersection down at BMC West would give enough relief, and the access roads to Service Center Road. I do think there needs to be additional controls on Service Center Road. I think that's something we really have to keep an eye on how that intersection works and how much the North 40 uses that Service Center exit to go down Valley. Once the road is connected to Sage Way.
Yeah, okay. And Jack, you are for which
I'm alternative 2 with phasing.
With phasing. Okay. Love that. At the end of the day, I think we're choosing between imperfect alternatives. I think nothing is going to be what people envision of speedy, quick, rapid movements, either on Highway 82 or any of these side roads accessing Highway 82. This is, the results of growth. The Airport Business Center was designed at a time when we were maybe a little sleepier as a resort. Snowmass hadn't taken off to where it is now. Some of the activities at the Airport Business Center were not what we were seeing then. They certainly are lower roads, no real curb and gutter. Actually, I was on one of those back roads the other day and saw cars appropriately parked with all their tires in the actual gutter. I was like, this isn't so good for eroding the roadway. I am going to come down on the side of alternative 1 for some of the reasons that have been stated. I see our staff as continuing to see that as working as the logical answer. I see the residents and the community members' support. I think that there will be changes that I called them unintended consequences before, but I can see a point in time when general aviation traffic, sorry Jim, and private do get mixed, because I'm not so sure you're going to be able to keep that Service Center Road with the left-hand down valley safe forever. Just as I said, I'm not sure you'll be able to always see the RAFTA buses making the right-hand turns into town off of Service Center Road. I also think that on any of these alternatives, the redesign of the feeder roads into Highway 82 is going to be paramount. You couldn't bring Sageway in right now to what is already the RAFTA bus and the Public Works and the animal shelter, all feeding into one zone anyhow. Right now it's a big Y there, and you're not going to bring a whole nother road into there without redesigning that entire intersection. I also think that we need to look at some of the other ways in which the road to the Airport Business Center function, and just primarily to me is looking at the Baltic where the service station is, the gas station. There's nothing that defines what is the right way to get in or out of that gas station, and it's just the entire strip. It bleeds right into the roadway, so there's obviously no safe pedestrian walking area along that area. And it's just, people come and go in all directions at all times. And to the extent that that's a county road, I think that that's something we need to define, the edges and the access in and off of that county road to service that gas station sooner than later, especially if we're keeping Baltic as the primary alternative. And I think that's about all I have to say about it. So, although we will have perhaps further debate, discussion, and maybe illuminative discussion when we get to the actual ordinance that we will pass, you do have a majority position to go forward. I respect the other opinions that have been expressed here at the table. As I said, I think we're choosing between imperfect alternatives and the growing pains of a larger community.
I have one question, Rachel. How does a roundabout work in an access? Well, maybe I should go here. What if we decided to do a roundabout? Do we still have that option because you've chosen, majority has chosen Baltic? So at least we land.
And you're talking about a roundabout on Highway 82?
Oh, yeah.
Not the feeder system in Highway 82?
I wouldn't even pay for a roundabout interior.
Yeah, and Jack, the choice of traffic control method comes as you
Well, I
get
heard.
closer to actual development, because then you know what actually has happened on the ground, and you know better what those traffic patterns are that you're controlling. You can engineer it better than the speculative kind of data we'd be using now.
Right. And certainly we'd have to work with CDOT and make sure that it is their highway and get their approval, but that is a full intersection.
Yeah. There's that. Yeah, there is that. And we'll have to take a look at how well that could actually fit, work, and service in that area. I know I'm a big proponent of roundabouts, and I know sometimes they work and sometimes they don't. So thank you all who've attended. We'd be welcome for follow-up letters or comments. I apologize we were not set up time-wise to have this as a public hearing, but there will be public notice when that ordinance goes forward, and we can have further discussion then. So, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
We are scheduled for a break now, Dan. I know you've been patiently waiting. We got a little behind schedule today. We've had some big topics with limited time. So we will go ahead and take a 10-minute break while we are clearing the room and getting ready for the next item. Thank you, everyone. about 3:30 in the afternoon. And we are now going to talk about radio TV policies with Dan Chacon. Thank you, Dan.
I'm Dan Chacon with the TV radio broadcast. And this past year, the TAB board members and the staff have been working on a policy on what to do with new TV stations and or radio stations if they come to us and want to get on our system. And after a lot of extensive work, we have come up with a TV and a radio policy that we feel that is fair to all of the current people that are on the system and anybody new who wants to come onto our system. The TV policy is pretty simple because of the fact that most of the requests that we get for TV stations are from people who want the major stations out of Denver or any major national television stations. And we don't have any request presently for any local TV stations to be on the air, except for obviously the ones that we already have on. The radio stations is a kind of a different matter because there are other local radio stations in the valley. We have gotten 2 requests for the local radio stations to be on the system. But presently, there's not any room on our translator system for any new TV or any new radio stations unless we remove somebody. And the policy is written to adapt to those requests. And I guess we'll go ahead and look at the radio policy that we're going to talk about. Number 1 priority shall be given to the stations in the following order. Local non-commercial stations, Aspen Public Radio and KDNK in Carbondale. Colorado Public Radio classic musical service only. Stations local to the Roaring Fork Valley that provide program relevant to and requested by the residents of Pitkin County. And number 3 is that commercial and non-commercial FM stations outside the Roaring Fork Valley that provide programming relevant to and requested by the residents of Pitkin County. Number 2 is requests for space in the county's translator sites will be heard at the first meeting of the Translator Advisory Board each year, or as requested or as needed.
Excuse me.
Yep.
Rachel, how would you like to do a little feedback? Because
I was kind of letting him do his whole presentation.
Okay, he's going to read all this? Okay.
Well, it's the viewers are getting a little update on what we're talking about here too.
That's true.
Thank you.
Number 3, the request must be in writing to the TAB members and presented and made before the TAB if requested to. The station must supply a rebroadcast consent letter. That's a requirement by the FCC. The latest Pitkin County survey results will be considered by the TAB when making the decisions. Other factors of the TAB shall be taken into consideration concerning which stations to add or remove from the translator system. Availability of translators and space in the towers within the building, as well as technical feasibility of carrying the station. The station's format and programming must serve the best interests of the county. Does the station's programming and format complete or duplicate the current offerings that are on the system? Change in ownership or change in programming would prompt a review by the TAB. Stations must have the ability to deliver accurate, relevant information based on local needs. The county will not carry stations in areas where the station can serve directly or through their own translators. And technical reliability of the station is also very important. Now, this is the last 7 A's, what we added from the last meeting that we had. All current stations that are on the system and other stations that have expressed an interest will be notified by mail when an opening occurs, and also a press release will be issued. Number 8, in the case that a station is not granted space, a notice will be mailed out to all affected parties. An appeal letter may be written to the county for review by the staff and the TAB for reconsideration. This letter must be received within 30 days of the sorry letter. The appeals letter will then be forwarded on to the Board of County Commissioners for a final decision. The last 2 sentences, or the last two, number 7 and number 8, of what we added at your request from our last meeting. So I think that pretty much covers us. Now, there has been some question on what reliability that we do have in taking off any stations that are presently on. The FCC licenses are Pickens counties, and the people who are on our system are there as our guests, and we have the right to take them on and off without any reliability. Now, if they were paying us rent, that would be another story, but let's say that's not the case.
Thank you for investigating that, Dan. I appreciate that. Board member questions, comments? Michael?
On the bullet point on 6, the bullet point that says the station's format and programming must serve the best interests of the county. I'd rather have, the residents of the county, not the county.
Best interests of the residents?
Yeah.
Residents of the county.
Yeah, or the residents of the county.
Right, okay.
And the sorry letter, that needs to be rephrased as the rejection letter.
Rejection.
Decline.
Right.
Decline letter.
Decline letter.
Refusal letter.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Otherwise it's good. I think that given the complexity of people's reasonings and desires, this might not fully meet it, but I don't know how to anticipate it. It's a good start.
Right.
Okay. I'm going to comment just because I had brought up the number 7 before. I still think we need a little bit of a timeline in there so that if the current stations are on the system, other systems express an interest, will be notified by mail when an opening occurs, and a press release will also be issued that, within, or 60-day notice before the next hearing, something like that, so that it's still, we have to be clear that it's not a 2-week notice process. So
okay.
We should set some sort of standard of to be heard by the board no sooner than 60 days after the press release has gone out, or something like that. There should be some sort of standard timeline of this application period, as it were, that we're creating. Rob?
Yeah, I just had a question regarding the priority list. You name out radio stations here, but what if there were to be a Roaring Fork public radio station that somehow came together and wanted to be on this? Where do they fall in there? Are they not the same as an Aspen public radio? They would be a local non-commercial station, but do they get less priority because...
Well, the two, Aspen Public Radio and KDNK, have both been given priorities through an MOI from the BOCC.
Okay.
So they would fall into a local non-commercial station. They would receive the top priority, but still be below those other two.
They would be below those other two.
Yeah.
Is there a reason for that? Just because we've had a working relationship with them? Or?
Right.
Yeah.
We've had
Not that I think there'd be another public radio station that moves in, but...
But you could, Rob, or the board could choose to enter into a similar MOI if that situation to arise. I think what Dan's saying is that because there's a separate agreement with those two stations right now, they have priority over anyone else regardless of what's in the policy.
Mike?
Well, that came about primarily, there's competition even amongst non-commercial radio stations, and it came about primarily with the competition in Colorado public radio station that wanted to bump them out of their slots, essentially. And so given the service that they genuinely perform locally, those two radio stations, Aspen Public Radio and KDNK, eventually got that priority because they have served the public interest in the Roaring Fork Valley for over, in some cases, Aspen Public Radio for 30 years and for KDNK for 25 years. So that's why it's there. The Colorado Public Radio is a Colorado statewide radio station with enormous amounts of resources that was threatening to overrun our local public radio stations that have far fewer resources and simply eliminate them from the dial. So that's, And the Board of County Commissioners decided, well, that doesn't seem fair, given the local genesis and local service that both those radio stations have. That's why it's there.
Yeah, please go.
And you would also mention that they're on our towers at our privilege, so it's really our say no matter what anyway. Do we not want to keep that in here to say, we have the right to remove or replace based on...
Well, I think you look at number 5, where it says the latest Pickens County survey results. See, that's, we have a survey, well, we did one 2 years ago now, I believe, and that survey will kind of tell us, okay, which radio stations do we like to listen to? Okay.
But you were saying it's RFA.
Right, it's our FCC license.
FCC license,
Yes.
so we really have the right to pick and choose anyone we like.
Correct.
Regardless of what this says. And this is kind of setting up some guidelines for us, but, I mean...
So are you speaking more to perhaps the introduction statement should be expanded to be 2 sentences, that both assert our power and authority first, and then go into it is the policy that.
Yeah, why not restate that right?
Just restate it up front in the policies that, Pickens County taxpayers support and pay for the infrastructure of the translator system. It is at the sole discretion of the Pickens County Board of Commissioners as to which stations to carry or to drop, probably isn't the right word, or to decline to carry, and just kind of an assertion of our power, and then go into the very next sentence, something along those lines.
These are the policies that we generally...
Maybe state the reason why we have it.
Yeah, and that stations do not contribute financially to the system, and they are guests of Pickens County's on the programming, on the translator system.
Okay.
It's good to restate that. Jack?
Yeah, I had a question on number 2. When I read this, I reflected on some elements in our land use code where we have some certainty about dates when you can apply for, GMQS or whatever. And I thought here we might, you're saying each year or as needed, and the problem is as needed. I wonder if we could say will be heard at the January meeting of the TAB or the July meeting, meaning, there's certainty that so we wouldn't have to be processing all different times of the year. Does that make any sense for it?
Jack, that's a great catch, because that's kind of what I was trying to get to on number 7. And as I've many times said, it's always easier to be editors than originators of documents. But what I would do is, at number 2, requests for space on the county translator sites will be heard at the first meeting of the Translator Advisory Board each year, or as needed, with at least 60 days' notice. So we come back to that, and then I would make your bullet point number 7 the new number 3, and because it relates to how the press release will go out and everything like that. So I just pull number 7 right up and put under number 2, and then renumber the other ones.
Okay.
So it says that this is how we're going to get the information out. Then your next one will be number 3, renumbered to say request must be in writing, so on and so forth. But we really want to be clear about that whole process.
But do you think it's reasonable to allow applications, with your 60-day limit you suggested, basically any other months than January?
Well, what Dan has been telling us is that if a couple stations, say, dropped out and the opening was happening right after that January meeting, there's no real reason to wait to have a hearing in July if we have public notice, if everyone who's already expressed interest is noticed, and all the current stations are noticed, and then there's a general press release.
Yeah, no, I hadn't thought about dropping out.
Yeah.
Since we have valuable stations that hopefully aren't going anywhere.
Yeah.
Right.
Or if they change ownerships and they change their total programming, if they all of a sudden their programming is not what we consider that is desirable for this valley.
Rachel, may I? And that brings me to number fourth bullet, number 6, it says will prompt a review by the tab, but it doesn't say what a review means. Is that a review and possible reconsideration of their status? Should we not clarify what is review? Well, we'll meet and talk about. What are we saying when we have a review?
Well, it would be the same thing as if a station had dropped off, or if someone comes to us who wants to put a station on a blank spot. The tab board will review their programming. They will review does it duplicate the same programming that's already there.
But you're saying, and you said ownership or programming, and it could prompt a review, but what does the review lead to? I'm trying to get to this is a policy statement that will be in writing. So I think we need a little clarity about what a review is. Is there a review for possible reconsideration or adjustment? But a review means, let's sit down and talk about it and review what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't tell us anything.
John, do you have any suggestions? I know what Jack is getting at. Change in ownership and or change in program could prompt a review by the tab to determine if will they continue to be carried by Picken County?
Yeah, and as a practical matter, I think we have limited issues that we'd be dealing with anyway. And so I think Dan has called out a few triggers. And then the question is, should we also be, Jack, if I'm understanding you correctly, should we be kind of reserving out that we're reviewing the service just on a regular basis annually, for example, when?
No, I think he's saying that the word review should lead something. Is it a review to just look at their documents and then there's no
criteria,
conclusion, or there's no outcome of a review? What is the outcome of the review?
That's my point.
I'm sorry.
Should the review be to determine if Picken County will continue to carry the channel, basically?
A review and reconsideration of status or something.
Continued use of the system,
Yeah.
basically, is really, and that's really just reserving it out. Should there be a future issue, we don't really have, any immediate problems, I think,
Correct.
with history.
But this is policy.
Exactly.
That's why I asked the question.
Just for those who might be listening who might be concerned about why we're talking about it, I just wanted to be clear that we're not addressing any immediate concerns or issues. It's to anticipate the possibility that we might want to reserve that ability to have it clear in our policy, and I think that makes sense.
Mike, I saw your hand go up.
Well, it seems to me some of those review criteria should be called out. I mean, that it serves the residents of Picken County in as much as it has local news, in as much as it has local emergency notification, and that kind of thing, that radio station isn't a computerized radio station that has no contact whatsoever with the conditions at any time within Picken County. And I think that should be a fundamental aspect of our radio stations.
Well, maybe, I'm sorry, Rachel,
Please,
if I could jump in, because I don't know if we're going to be in a good position to lay out the criteria to evaluate the level of service that a radio station is providing, but we could fall back on the criteria to say, look, we're going to look at our portfolio of stations as it relates to the priorities that we've laid out from time to time, and we reserve the right basically to rebalance that portfolio. And so, Michael, if we had a situation like what you're talking about, but we had a community radio station maybe that is available, maybe we're proactively making room based on these priorities that are called out, because
as a package you're talking about,
correct,
not as individual stations.
Right, because I don't know how we get into evaluating the individual stations objectively.
Well, I do. They have to have a local news feed and local emergency service broadcast available. I mean, they don't have to do it all the time, but if that station can't notify you that the highway's closed, that there's an avalanche, there's a fire, there's an airplane crash, then quite frankly, I'm not sure that it serves the needs of Picken County.
I think I may have a suggestion here. Just looking at item number 6, we have a little bit of a mix of different items in there. I think this one bullet point, which we've now modified thanks to Jack's catch of change in ownership and/or change in program, could provide tab to determine if they'll continue to be allowed to use. That should be its own number. That shouldn't be mixed in with these other bullet points. That's just a statement of our policy. The other bullet points, for the most part, begin to be the criteria that Michael is describing. Does it complement or duplicate current offerings? Is the program serve the best interests of the county? Is there technical reliability of the station? So I think we just make that change in ownership its own numbered item as opposed to a bullet point of factors for consideration. That is just a trigger. It's not a criteria.
Right.
So I think that would help us clean this up a little bit further. Okay. And now, what is the process? This will be written up and presented to us as an adopted policy in a future regular meeting.
Yeah, it would be a resolution, so this is a workshop now to get feedback for further refinement, and then we bring it back, and I believe this would be adopted by resolution.
Okay.
2 readings.
Well, I think those are good, and then I will call on Jack, because he's asking about it.
Yeah, how about on TV, did we want to adjust number 2 similar to what we did on number 2 for radio?
Yeah, I think we want to parallel the types of changes that we have picked up on by focusing on the radio one on the TV policy as well.
And I'd like to clarify on the 3rd bullet from the bottom, and I know we've had a discussion about passing on costs, but this is if a new station were to come on our infrastructure, cost of equipment, services, subscription, any additional expenses required to add the channel. Now, does that mean that we absorb those costs?
Well, this is for our rebroadcasts, and our television stations
Right.
are via contract.
But is this only talking about rebroadcast, or is this talking about hanging their equipment on our tower?
Well, presently, the equipment that we have for rebroadcast of the TV, we own and we buy.
Right.
Right. So we could spell that out if you wanted to in the future. That that is kind of a tough one, because say a local TV station, whether it's comes from the CMC or something like that, where they might not have all the money to provide that, and they might ask us to help us with that cost. So that's something that we have to look at. Is it something that we want to help them with?
Well, I understand, but what I'm interested in is preserving the ability in this policy to pass on a cost if we also choose. Because I guess what I'm looking for is an option. It might be a station where, like you're saying, they don't have the ability to finance everything, but another station might want to put some kind of new technology that's, and they have to pay for it themselves.
Well, these are just consideration points. This is not obligating us to pay for anything. These are just the types of things the TAB will be considering, and you're absolutely right to call it out, that we want them to take very seriously into consideration. If someone wanted us to invest funds, they would have to come back to our board.
Right.
But these are just consideration points.
So apparently, I'm hearing from you, no one else, that with this consideration, it does accomplish my raising the question concern.
Yeah,
It's
I think
a
it adds.
consideration, and we make the decisions, the board. Right.
Correct.
With recommendations.
Yeah.
Good, thank you.
Because presently, when we go to get a TV station on, we have to absorb the cost, because Channel 9 on the Denver, we don't really care whether we carry them or not.
Okay. Board, I'm going to suggest that we've probably gotten this one almost as fully cooked as possible. We will see it when it comes back And it will be just a one reading item, I'd imagine?
You know, it's one that there's operations and governance policies, and governance policies are adopted by the board, and this one's a little bit of a gray area. The
Okay.
reason I'm thinking this is a governance policy is because it has to do with how we're allocating a public resource. And to me, that becomes a policy issue of the board, and it would be adopted through resolution then. So,
Well, we can make some further refinements there. The one thing I would like to see us follow up on is to really capture Michael's point, and I think it requires a little bit of research into our existing stations, but if we were to add a bullet point that the radio stations must have a contact number for emergency broadcast information. I think that is something that I'd like to see in the policy. I don't know if how that affects our current stations and things like that. So let's investigate that for the second reading, because we have fallen a little behind in our schedule, not our second reading, but the actual reading, and move on to the other items on our agenda. Is that sufficient with the board? Thank you. Thank you for your time, Dan. Okay. Appreciate it. Okay. Our next items are memos of interest, and I am going to suggest that we skip a little bit to the Human Services Annual Update, because we have a number of our staff members here who I don't want to take their time while we're talking about our prep with Denison County, if that's okay with the board.
Could we maybe also jump to the holiday schedule and kind of say,
Yeah, we could do that one as well.
Spend an hour?
Okay.
I mean, hopefully not.
Well, let's do the holiday schedule first, if that,
probably a quick one, yeah.
probably a quick one, and then we'll go to the human services. Thank you. Good catch there, Jack. Welcome tonight. Just introduce yourself for the cameras, and then a real brief little outline of what's in front of us.
Jeanette Logan, Human Resources Manager.
Okay.
We're here presenting the 2012 holiday schedule to the Board of County Commissioners for approval. One of the changes to the 2012 schedule that we had an opportunity to look at and approve recently was the addition of Veterans Day. So you'll notice that that's been added to the 2012 holiday schedule. You'll also notice that compared to 2011, where we had 8 office closures in 2012, we will have 11. Not that we added that many more holidays, but just based on when the holidays are falling, and according to our policies as published in our employee handbook. So we basically added Veterans Day. Christmas Eve is a recognized holiday this year because of Christmas Day falls on a Tuesday, and then New Year's Day also is recognized. Last year it fell in 2010 budget year because it fell on a Friday. So.
Which one was that last one? I apologize.
New Year's Day, our policy says that if New Year's Day is on a Sunday, county offices will be closed on Monday, so that's being recognized as an additional holiday closure for 2012.
Well, with all the pretzels and football, no one would get too much work done then.
There you go. There you go.
Okay, so is the board okay with this? It's just informational. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that. And thank you, the citizen who brought up the Veterans Day comment a while ago. We're happy to see this move forward. We are now going to go to our Human Services Semi-Annual Update. Thank you.
Hi, we did our semi-annual update. We haven't done one since October because all of the sections were put on hold to get on this new schedule with the new strategic plan. So we don't have anything necessarily to present, but Mitzi and Marty and I are here in the event that you all have questions or you want some information. I know it was very comprehensive, what George said.
It was very comprehensive.
We like to count everything we do.
And the bottom line is that we need more help. It's interesting, I saw in the news this morning there was a a statistic. They were talking about the number of people in the country who are now falling below the poverty level. And that's a poverty level that really does not really pertain to us because it's so low. But 1 out of every 6 people in this country, he didn't really specify citizens or not, but 1 out of every 6 is now listed at below the poverty level, which is an amazing statistic when you think about that. 1 out of every 6 people.
Yeah. I heard on NPR that 1 out of 7 are receiving food assistance.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. And so as we'll see shortly coming up here, the grant requests from the Healthy Community Fund will really emphasize that point in terms of the growing need and demand that we're seeing all along in all these categories,
Right,
from children to families to seniors, straight across the board.
You can see in the, well, what I can see when I read the memo after I wrote it, is that not only is our department seeing more demand for direct services, but there are more opportunities because of the economy and because of the crisis to be collaborating more and to be changing the way the system works, to make it more accessible, to make it easier to understand, to make sure that we have food available, to try to help people with utilities. So while it's a burdensome time, it's also a really sort of exciting, creative time for human services. To be able to change a system that's been in place since the 60s, really.
The other last point, the only thing that I gleaned from this was, as we're seeing, and we saw this recently when we passed a resolution for senior services for accepting a grant, the need for that, because we're seeing less money coming from the feds, less money coming from the state, and so we're having to rely amongst ourselves to try to fill that gap.
And we did a survey of the agencies who received money from the Healthy Community Fund, and they were reporting a $3 million gap in funding from the feds and the state, and then some fee-for-service and private foundations. So it's a big chunk of money that agencies are doing the same or more with significantly less dollars.
Thank you. Other board comments or questions?
Can we ask a few?
Yeah.
Zip through? Okay, on page, if you wouldn't mind, 5, Low Energy Assistance Program. It says at the bottom there, we will also use emergency assistance funds for this purpose. We allocated within your budget a certain amount of money to help people with some, I mean, you can't help them forever, but some short-term needs.
Yeah.
Obviously, your staff's opinion is that we can help with these needs. Well, did we allocate a specific amount of money, how that fund works? Emergency assistance funds, meaning it's X amount of dollars. Is it broken down at all, or is it just used until it's
Sort of first come, first served, but we believe that we can, we're going to try to maximize the utilization of all the external funds that are available, the energy assistance through the utility companies and things like that. And then when those are exhausted, we can use our emergency assistance fund. And right around June, we had spent a little less than half of the $40,000 that you all allocated for that fund. So we'll see how it goes, but that's our intention.
Yeah, no, it's great how you prioritize and try to manage every dollar to make it $1.50 or whatever, so it's good. Page 6, at the bottom of that last bullet, above support education and prevention programs, it says, we're talking about the low-income senior tax relief program. It says, each jurisdiction has exceeded its budget projections for the first time ever. Well, how do we handle this shortfall then, once we get to that point?
Marty, you want to answer that?
How did we handle it? Is that what you said?
Yeah,
Each
without
jurisdiction.
asking for more, because I
And
have...
Marty, just identify yourself for the...
I'm sorry, Marty Ames, Picken County Senior Services. Each of the jurisdictions did cover the shortfall, even though they had not budgeted it. And of course, I have budgeted more in the county because I budget that through my department. I've budgeted more for 2012 based on that, and I've spoken with the school district. I actually met with the superintendent and the finance director of the school district, and they've given the indication that they will continue to cover, or they will budget more next year. And the city covered it. I haven't had an official conversation with them, but they did cover it.
So within your overall budget, you can adjust according to some of these needs, and of course, then, like you've done projected for the next year, well, we've added, like we did with the assistance program.
Right, we can do that as long as it's the variances within our budget.
Yeah.
So we may see less spending here and we can spend more there.
Okay, on page 8, and I think I understand what you're meaning here, the last bullet, our social casework, is that social services caseworkers?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
I didn't think we really had social caseworkers.
We call them social caseworkers. That's a term, the state term for what they do.
Oh, okay. Okay, under something that was pretty neat this year, the Mountain Rural Philanthropy on page 9, second bullet on that first one, it says, we've made some significant and meaningful connections with potential new funders. Have we had a chance to follow up with, so you've made connections? But, have we had a chance to begin working with arriving at more funding?
I know that agencies are working with the funders that they met at Philanthropy Days, and they're working towards writing grants and crafting grants that fit within their mission. So whether or not they're successful is another matter. But do you want to add anything, Mitzi, about it?
No, actually, hi, I'm Mitzi Lettingham, Deputy Director for Health and Human Services. No, I was just going to basically say what Nan said, is that sentence really relates to the agencies who attended and their feedback to us about the connection. So we don't know directly what's happening necessarily, but I think that they are crafting grants and they are looking at new funding opportunities based on that event. And the feedback I heard was very, very successful about those connections.
Yeah, great.
That was
I
good.
appreciate
Yeah.
staff going to that, and Rachel, you also joined in. That's super. Page 11, my memo seems to end. It says, last words on the page, schools, probation, community center boards, and others. Is that just other organizations or something? Just one, was it one word?
Should be
or-
others with an S.
Good reading, Jack. You get the bonus award. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't
Same
know.
as last one.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know what happened.
Okay, well,
There was something very
I think I'm
important.
inferring what it was, so good.
Yeah.
Okay. Elgerbell Senior Programs, Marty's going to spend, and page 12, Marty's going to spend some time trying to observe programs and consider making recommendations because BOCC apparently has run out of money or staff or something here. How is this going to be incorporated? How are we going to deal with this, Marty? What does it mean? You can spend 4 hours, and what's the result? What are you looking for?
What I agreed to do, Jack, is for the next, until the end of the year, to commit to 4 hours a week from me or one of my staff to spend time both observing and participating in programs there and meeting with their staff at various levels. It's actually Eagle County, of course, manages the Elgerbell senior programs. And their feeling is that they have recognized that it is very difficult for them to serve that program or oversee that program appropriately from the town of Eagle. And that we have a better handle over here on the residents of the valley. The other thing is they're serving the Mid-Valley area. They're serving senior residents of 3 counties, Pitkin, Eagle, and Garfield, in the programs they're offering. So my goal is to become very familiar with their programs kind of slowly, not jump in and make any assumptions. I was there last week and I was there earlier today. I'll be there again later this week. And I begin to formulate some suggestions and ideas for how we might work more closely together. At the same time, our joint Eagle Pitkin Human Services Group is planning a survey of that Mid-Valley population, and incorporated in that will be questions specifically to what the older residents of that area need and want. And we're also formulating, as you saw in there, some numbers to get ideas of which county's residents are doing what. Not to use as a basis for funding or anything, but just to see where the interest lies and try to get a handle on it. I think we can do it better together for our Pitkin County residents who are really beyond the scope of reasonably participating in our services up here.
Yeah, and I could see by your numbers, I mean, there is an element of Pitkin County use here. We did recently hear, I think, about 20% of Eagle's population lives in this drainage.
That's right.
So,
Yeah.
good. Thank you very much. I think that's, well, it says improve accessibility. Okay, last one, page 13. Improve accessibility to transportation systems. Annually, we, the county, out of our general fund, allocates dollars for transportation. Is this for all, buses, vans, et cetera? You might want to
That's a goal from the strategic plan. So, what, in terms of accessibility, I just actually started to grab Brian the other day to say, how can the livable and supportive community portion of the strategic plan work with the prosperous economy, or whichever one it is that does transportation. It's interesting, Jack, because I've just had the great opportunity to serve on a panel last night for a new organization called Valley Life for All, which is a group from Aspen to Parachute of disabled citizens, parents, grandparents, and they're trying to create more linkages and more connections for people with disabilities. And the number one topic, it's going to be on Grassroots, so you can all watch it, but the topic that came up from their questions is, how can we enhance mobility for disabled citizens? And I think that that's going to become more and more of a topic as we have people aging in place and we have more people choosing to stay in the valley who have severe disabilities, whereas 20 years ago they would just have moved to Denver because we wouldn't have had the services. So.
Okay, but this particularly says of all people of all abilities, so, and we're talking about different systems, whether it's RAP to senior van service, and I think senior services goes to Meredith, or was doing some of that, but how are we going to fund this? Is that an element within
that would be an element within the
assessment?
Right. Looking for external funding and trying to maximize our potential.
And Jack, a lot of what we're doing with the strategic plan is looking at, as Nan said, those overlaps and seeing if there's even opportunities within our existing appropriations and plans. There was a Pitkin alert that said there were going to be a series of 6 explosions. I think they're doing.
Jay Parker's up there.
Yeah. I just got it. So if you're hearing that in the background, it's not something that we need to worry about right now. It's supposed to be happening. But at any rate, I think that's what Nan's getting at is now, driving those discussions to look at accessibility, and it may lead to some new proposals, but those would all come in front of you and be vetted.
Yeah, good. Great job.
Okay.
Really intense report.
Thank you.
I had to sit and have another cup of coffee.
Take a deep breath.
Other board comments or questions on the report?
Just a quick question. A lot of fabulous report. I mean, it's really amazing how much your department does and how much services that we offer. There's no question that in the last 2 years with the economic situation, there's been a lot of people in need and a lot of services that we need to provide to maintain our community at the level that we want to. You refer to a lot of figures in here about increases in services and how things have changed from 2010 and 2011. And I asked someone earlier what their crystal ball was. I know nobody has a crystal ball, but is it leveling? Is it still on a steep decline? Is there any relief in sight? What's the last couple of months telling us?
It's the same.
It's the same.
It's the same.
So it's leveling at a
We
low
have the number of people who are coming in applying for public assistance remains high. It's not dropping off.
Mm-hmm.
And the people who qualify it just keeps adding to our base, and we don't see a decrease. The only decrease that we see a little bit is that LEAP, Low Energy Assistance Program, is only available in the winter. So you see those program numbers in the winter, and then in the summer they drop off and then they come back. But that program rose dramatically for us. So I think that, the fact is that people are still out of work. They still are way underemployed. They may have one job but not 3 jobs. They're having trouble making their rent, and they need help with food and utilities. So it isn't changing for us. We don't see it changing.
Thank you. Michael, any questions or comments?
No, I was just going to bring up the points that Jack did, but he did it before I did. So.
Okay, thank you. He's very thorough. We appreciate that. I'll make some brief comments. Also, a very thorough report. I greatly appreciate that. I had seen the same article George had this morning, or there was a series of articles, but I wrote down the federal poverty level for a family of 4 is $22,113. And so to think that X many people are below that, there's a lot of people who may be above that line, not being counted in that statistic, who probably consider themselves pretty mired in poverty as well. And the challenge, of course, is then you have families unable to save for a good retirement, and certainly challenged to see their children succeed in higher education and able to break that cycle. So that number was related, at least in the papers, as being 56.2 million people in the U.S. Are now below that federal poverty level. So that's pretty severe. I was delighted to hear the governor speak at Club 20 this weekend and express a little bit of an update on their ongoing efforts to try to eliminate unnecessary mandates, condense down, make sure that there's a desirable outcome. I mean, we know what the desired outcome, but are the regulations getting you to that? And can we do more to free up the administrative time of the personnel out there in the field working with these individuals, and a new way to cut costs because state dollars are going to continue to decline. I mean, the report from the Joint Budget Committee is they're going to be looking to cut another $500 million or so from the state of Colorado budget in the 2012 budget. And so that may very well relate back to schools pretty heavily. People are anticipating that's at least $250 million to $300 that will be schools. The other portions will probably be human services. And so I know CCI has been active through its health policy groups to try to identify the least damaging cuts that could occur and what are the core focus areas to contain. I want to remind all of us as a board that we do have copies of those grant review application forms up in our office room to take a look at. I spent a little time looking through those the other day. And there's also some press copies at the very beginning of the third floor office for members of the press. So any individual group that has made a request from our fund has to go through a pretty vigorous screening process. Who do they serve? How do they serve? I would note that most were not requesting more money than last year. Most reported some very meaningful tales of the economy we're in, and I'll probably very badly paraphrase one that really stuck with me was that individuals they're helping, it's almost like being a nurse in World War II and handing out coffee and donuts, and everyone's trying to keep their spirits up, and they like to think they're not going to get shot next week and that it's going to get over and it's going to be better. But how much are people settling into the new reality where people are saying, well, I only got this many hours next week at the hospital, but maybe next week, even trained nurses, trained, skilled people, maybe next week I'll get a few more hours and I'll be out of this trouble. And that people are not realizing as much boost as they thought from selling their TVs and selling their cars and selling their possessions. And that people are really individually who've been successful and hardworking and used to relying on themselves are having a hard time adjusting to when will it all turn around as well? You know, when can I get back to being that productive person? And that adjustment is extremely hard. And so there was just a lot of people struggling to try to use whatever they have within their own means to come to grips with this and to address it and eat the life out. But as concerned as we are about where it goes from here. So I also would like to kind of note two last things, I guess at least two. But I really encourage the press to take a look at those books and take a look at what these organizations are doing for us as a community, is that a number of the applications come from faith-based organizations. And that while we, as individuals, contribute to churches, to initiatives that churches may have, religious organizations, they are partners with government. They apply to us to help them with the homeless coalition, the homeless efforts at St. Mary's Church, or Catholic Charities, or the Aspen Community Church, which does emergency assistance. And I'm not seeing them asked to take over what the other nonprofits do. They're not saying, we can handle all the domestic violence stuff, so we don't need to support a response group anymore. We would like to take over mental health care, so we don't need a Valley developmentally handicapped center. And so we're partners with the religious and faith-based organizations as a society, not trying to undermine their efforts, but certainly they want the help as opposed to just saying, don't worry, our constituents can fund all of this by themselves, or their congregants would be an item. And then, there's somewhere woven in this the credit that all of our administration workers should get, you Marty, you Nan, you Mitzi, and your frontline people as well, that 3 o'clock in the morning phone call, we have a child needing child welfare protection services. The decision, is it appropriate to return them to their family, or do we need to start finding a foster family? How long of a separation from the family? Can we make the family whole? What are the services that we can use to make that family whole again and keep the child in place? It's hard to sleep with those sort of decisions. I'm glad I don't have to. I'm glad I don't get that phone call at 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm glad I don't have to intervene in family matters to say, does this adult now facing diminishing capacities need to be separated from his own family because they're taking advantage of them financially? The obligations that come to us, and then the compliance issues, the compliance with federal regulations. Has every dollar been accounted for properly via these federal regs and used properly? And what are the changing mandates that come down? And sometimes it's too easy to speak about, an administrator, as opposed to someone who is doing everything they can to make sure our employees are not violating anyone's privacy codes, your privacy rights, these very strict strictures, and in the appropriate training and care for your employees and your field workers. So I really would like to thank you for your deep commitment to human services, as complicated and as perhaps unending as it seems, of bailing the bottom of the bucket out, the boat out, and knowing that the leaks are still there. So I really greatly appreciate that, and I appreciate what I understand to be efforts to try to make sure our services are available to those further down valley in the county, available through those who may live in Redstone or in Meredith, and that we're reaching out in those manners. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We have an awesome team, and we're happy to give you a lot of information every 6 months. It's our pleasure to do what we do.
Okay, thank you very much for that. We have a number of items that we're going to need to get to in open discussion. So we'll try to go through our other items in the memo of interest relatively quickly. The Prep Gunnison County would be the next item up. John, you want to lead off on that?
Yeah, I had an opportunity to visit with my counterpart in Gunnison County, and we identified 4 topics to put in front of you and the Gunnison County Board. These topics we believe would probably eat up the full time, and so if we wanted to add something in, we probably want to take one of these out. The only thing I'd probably add, bullet point 4, where we talk about Bogan Flats Dam, that should probably really be more of a water update with Bogan Flats as a topic.
Yeah.
And so, other than that, I guess I'd open it up to see if there are other topics that the board wants to discuss. Or
George?
No other topics. I think 3 of these will eat up the time, but on the Bear Ranch Land Exchange, I know this will be a public meeting, but it's up to the chair, of course, but Annie Rickenbach is a landowner on that side and is well versed in understanding some of the issues of the Bear Ranch Land Exchange, and also certainly serving on our Open Space and Trails Board is aware of the proposed exchange in our county. I wonder whether we would want to invite her to at least participate in that part of the discussion.
It's a public meeting. I am open to that. I think that that's valuable if she would like to. And in particular, just because it does have a relationship to our goal of the trail that may connect the 2 communities. But it's a long drive over there and back for Annie if she doesn't.
Well, I know she has expressed an interest, and I said I would just throw that out and just see what the board. And I told her, of course, it's a public meeting, but sometimes, even though it's a public meeting, doesn't mean that the public can participate.
Yeah. I'm fine with that. Do other board members okay? I mean, it's only one topic of 4, and we are in total being scheduled for about an hour and a half?
Yep.
2 hours, hour and a half? Yeah. And I'd asked John that we...
Rich?
Oh, okay.
So, I'm not quite sure what you mean by participate.
Well,
I think
we have a discussion with the Gunnison Board of County Commissioners, usually just between us and them and sometimes staff. And usually we don't allow public to participate in those discussions. And so what I'm suggesting is allow Annie to participate in the discussion with us on these land exchanges.
Are you just envisioning, George, again, because we're going to have 8 electeds in the room to begin with, that if the conversation comes around and she would like to raise her hand once or twice and have a comment, that she could be acknowledged, not that she's, de facto commissioner. And I don't think. Yeah.
Correct, yeah.
I think that's what I understood you to say. Does that help clarify things?
Yeah, I mean, that would be the sort of normal process for people at the meeting. If they want to make a comment, I'd be happy to have her make comment. But I don't want her to be there as her own representative or the representative of Open Space and Trails.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a public meeting, certainly she should be recognized, but
Okay.
only an hour and a half, that's the big key here.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's, what it is. And I have asked John to work with John Ely, again, to think of, are there a few other bullet points we need to keep in mind on the water issue? As new supply continues to be the dominant theme coming out of IBCC, in conjunction with other goals, but the Gunnison and then the Roaring Fork seem to be some of those likely top targets for new supply, and I just want to share that with them, and we can update them of what our concerns are with the River District's due diligence filing on the Placita reservoir rights, things like that. So, okay, we're good with this topic. We're set for those. That should make for a nice full trip. Okay. The next item, it's just in our MOI, is a citizen guide to State House and Senate redistricting. Those are basically to the courts, aren't they? They're, at this point, we're...
The only reason I brought it up, and I printed off some of the maps for you also, is on October 20th, there are public hearings on the proposed redistricting at the state level. Again, we don't have any formal process to comment or give our thoughts on this, but we could participate either in those hearings or share any comments or concerns that you might have as a board with a member of the reapportionment committee. And so today the goal isn't necessarily to get you to comment on these. It's to kind of give you some indication of what's being proposed. The maps I handed out are the preferred right now maps for the House and Senate districts, and then there is a House. I realized I did not print off.
Preferred by the commission?
Right now, these are the preferred alternatives that are under consideration that they will be taking comments on October 20th. I wanted to make sure these were out in front of you. We can bring this back at a future open discussion. The Citizens Guide gives you a website that you can go out to. There's more detailed information there. But if we did want to make comments, we should be thinking about pulling those together, maybe having a representative at the October 20th public hearings if there's an interest on the board's part. So I just wanted to get that in front of you, since this happens once every 10 years.
Did anyone have any immediate questions or comments they'd like to make on this? Okay, well, I think we need to keep moving on because it is a lot to digest.
It seems like things have dramatically changed in the Senate plan. Gale's district would no longer include Alamosa, Saguache.
Saguache, yeah. Yeah, I think it must be the population increases and that her district.
And Eagle.
Yeah.
No, but this is 10 years, of course.
Yeah.
Well, Gale's district never included Eagle before.
I know. I don't like this. I'm concerned.
Yeah. Well, there have been attempts to keep communities of interest together, and so I think you're seeing the resort communities of Eagle, Picken, Gunnison, Lake and Chaffee, which have a little more of a resort component in them, being kept whole. But I'm not commenting on the value or not at all of any of these. You kind of wonder about Mineral being of the same interest in Saguache with Prowers and Baca. That's a little broader. Okay, so we can examine these and do our own investigating. And what would you suggest, John, as a timeline? Maybe put in our future agendas to come back to rediscuss again.
I think if we put it at this point, it's October 20th, and so I think if we targeted a couple weeks out, if you, as individual board members, wanted to spend a little bit of time researching, we can bring it back into open discussion even to see if there's any desire to put together some comments and schedule somebody to attend the hearing.
Okay, well, let's just make sure we allocate a little time for that in future agendas. Let's see. We had our working agreements just in there as kind of a reminder to ourselves. It's not that you need
It's a reminder. It's not. I'm not going to admonish any of you for violations of the working agreements, but we did agree, and I will apologize. Part of the agreement was that we'd at least review them quarterly.
Periodically.
We did these back in February. We have not done that yet, so I wanted to be sure that we at least kept them in front of us, and if there was any discussion on these that any of the board members felt we needed to have, this would be an opportunity to bring this up.
Yeah.
Yeah. The other day when we had our housing work session, And I'll use an example. I indicated that I was not interested in looking at X properties. And I think my impression is that my statement was taken as an all or nothing for everyone. And I want to clarify that when, and I'll speak only, of course, for myself, when I make a statement, it goes for me. I'm not speaking for you all. So I didn't mean that, well, we can't do this, that, and the other. So let's just make sure that we don't pigeonhole somebody as kind of an all or nothing, and I certainly should be cognizant of that myself, because we get into, back and forths in a debate. But I was a little taken aback as to the response was, we can't do this. Well, I will make any comment at any time, hopefully always respectful, but that's just the way it is for me, and it's always going to be. I have the ability to comment and whatever at any time. Doesn't mean I speak for anyone else, nor does it ever mean that I'm right.
Thank you for that, Jeff. Did anybody else have any comment on the working agreement? Again, I think a good reminder, and thank you for doing that, John. That does conclude our memos of interest packet. I'm going to ask for just a tad more board indulgence and skip to just one item of BOCC open discussion so that we can do two of them, so that our staff who are here can get back to other work. And I'm going to ask John first for the update on Coal Creek, please.
Okay, and that's why GR's here. And it's kind of an interesting coincidence that we have these two items right now for open discussion, because we have...
I'm going to throw some pictures up.
Okay.
We had a road failure up on Coal Creek that we believe, and I am supporting an emergency procurement on. And so we want to show you some pictures and give you an understanding of what that is, because it will require an additional appropriation to fix the road. And then we also have a budget request coming from Wilderness Workshop and on an air quality project, which we discussed briefly earlier. But so wanted to talk about both of these items. This first one is really so that the board is aware of the situation and want you to be on the same page in case you get questions about the emergency procurement that we're planning. So, GR, do you want to talk a little bit about what happened up at Coal Creek?
Sure.
It's just warming up.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Up on Coal Creek, this is located, for those who might not know, Coal Creek is located across 133 from basically downtown Redstone area. And we had a failure which at the surface didn't look like much. To be quite frank, it was this small sinkhole that we had reported. This was caused by Coal Creek itself. It passes through a culvert here, which is approximately 11 feet. When we opened up the hole a little bit, what we found out is a little bit deeper than we had anticipated, and in fact it is over 8 feet. So that caused us some concern as far as how deep we had some instabilities in the road. So we did some investigating, and this is the culvert. As I said, it's about 11 feet wide. It conveys all of Coal Creek underneath Coal Creek Road, which during the spring, we're probably talking about this culvert being a little over half full, which is a significant amount of water that contributes to the drainage in the Crystal Valley. When we walked around the culvert to the downhill end, initially we were talking about what types of repairs that we could do in the area, including putting in a head wall and concrete there to eliminate the infiltration, through the road of the water around the culvert. But then when we saw how the culvert was starting to fail itself, we weren't confident that in doing repairs that we could really assure anybody that it wouldn't wash out next spring during high runoff. So we did a little bit more digging, quite literally. And we also took a look at the retaining wall that's adjacent to the culvert. You can see the culvert behind these willows here. And we've seen that this has failed, and this is on the downstream end as well. And this retaining wall essentially holds up Coal Creek Road next to, or over the culvert and adjacent to the culvert. And so what we found is basically we have both the culvert starting to fail, the wall adjacent to it starting to fail, and also water piping its way around the culvert, causing the sinkhole and the road starting to fail. So we have 3 not mutually exclusive failures going on, all in adjacent areas.
Do you have the picture that shows the I-beam bending into the, yeah, that was a powerful one.
And so the wall, one, the earth is moving there. 2, because that earth has moved, it's changed our drainage. So it compromised the drainage in and around the wall. The wall, that I-beam that you see reinforces the top of the wall. That basically got ripped off by ice. And the whole wall is now starting to fail. And you can, that's as close, we tried to get that picture vertical to kind of give you a sense of how much it's leaning. The reason that we wanted to really discuss this with you in open discussion is the sticker shock. It's a very sizable amount of money, and that the estimate that we had put together for us was in the tune of $250,000. And what that work would do is replace the culvert and replace the wall and reinforce the adjacent areas and stabilize this area. A few questions that you might have is, how much traffic we get up there. We're just under 100 vehicles a day. We've got one private access just up the hill from this. I think it's a field access. I'm not 100% sure. I didn't kind of hike back on that drive. It's not heavily used. It's gated. Further up, there's I think one other property up there, but primarily it serves as a Forest Service access.
The road's been stabilized at this point. The bigger concern is what happens come spring. If we have another spring like we just had with runoff and water, we can't guarantee the continued integrity of the road. And the reason we're looking at an emergency procurement is, one, we believe failures imminent with much more runoff on this road. You can see the amount of damage that already exists. And we're running out of construction season. We'd have to get in still this fall to make this happen. We can still go through an informal procurement process to make sure we get some bids, make sure that folks are hungry. We're not sole sourcing, but it would be limited. It would be selecting a pool of contractors to try and get bids from. We already had a company up there doing some work that we would, I think, have do some initial engineering for us to get the project underway. That would be sole source, but I believe that was under $10,000
Yes.
of that total project cost. But that allows us to start design and start getting the project moving forward quickly. Financially, this would come out of the Road and Bridge fund balance. You all haven't had the benefit that we've had since we've been in budget planning of seeing what we've been able to work with a 10-year capital plan on roads. What I can tell you is, while this would have some impact on it, it doesn't affect our 10-year plans at this point. It will lower our fund balance, obviously, 10 years out. But we can remain balanced, and we're going to bring a road program to you that significantly increases funding for roads over what we have now, and we'll still be able to do that. But even though this is a low-traveled road, this is getting ready to go, and we feel like we need to get on it right now.
George, then Michael.
How old is this? Do you know?
We don't know. speculate that it was installed by the mine when it was operational. It's nothing that, one of the gentlemen that works for us has been here 26 years, and he said it was old when he started, so.
Michael?
Yeah, it doesn't seems like the rest of our roads. It seems done at a certain time to make do and not really, this would meet, corrugated sheeting doesn't meet any kind of retention. So I'm not surprised that it's failing, but its characteristics of really most of the state of our roads.
Yes.
And so failures are going to occur everywhere. Have you considered just putting a bridge here and not replacing the culvert and having a much wider opening for that? I mean, really the problem, it seems to me, is confining heavy flows to a small conduit.
We did a very preliminary look at that, and we were, our initial thought was that the culvert, another culvert was the best solution here, because the price of a bridge is pretty significant. We're talking probably 2.5 to 3.5 times just to start looking at a bridge.
Yeah, I mean, those are initial costs, but it seems to me that the real cost is how long does an improvement last, and what does it serve. So, I mean, you can make those determinations, but I think you should keep an open mind about how to repair this. Clearly, that culvert is completely inadequate. Well, and I hate to see natural streams go through culverts, but that's personal.
Okay. Rob? Is the plan just to replace the existing culvert with a light culvert, or are you planning a different design, a different angle, take all this out and put new landfill, or backfill behind that wall?
We'd likely look at a similar culvert, and nowadays those types of culverts are much more structural. As far as the wall, we'd remove a little bit of the fill material there and try to replace not corrugated steel but similar in kind, so that we're not adding too much footprint there. But
more likely concrete?
Probably concrete or
and a lot of
we haven't quite answered a lot of these questions, but we'd probably look at soil nails or a lot of different options that we have there.
And that's why we're jumping on the engineering contract right now, is to answer some of these questions about the adequacy of whether it's a culvert or what the project really needs to look like at the end of the day, and the most efficient way to get there. And that's why it's step one. And really, this came to me yesterday, actually. And I think it's last week that we were out on Coal Creek. So this is all very new, so we don't have a project plan. It was not an anticipated failure at this point. This is one of our, 100 vehicles a day is not a highly traveled road, but it's significant use. And but this one was not on our radar screen.
Jack?
Yeah, this is obviously a public safety issue. I fully support proceeding immediately. Cost is important. The final product and longevity is important. All that's going to be accounted for, I'm sure, within the engineering. So let's go.
George?
So does that mean we'll limit this down to one lane because of that sinkhole and how that's undermined a good portion of that road? Because we're coming into hunting season, there'll be some traffic going up and down there.
What we did for the time being is we opened up that hole on the road a bit, and we filled that hole with a significant amount of material for right now. But what that doesn't do is prevent the water from seeping back through and starting to erode that away. And then we have the road is subsided about 8 to 9 inches over top of the culvert, and through there we've actually laid down asphalt millings as to kind of smooth out that ride for the time being as well.
It's stabilized for now, and it should be good through the winter. It's really the springtime. What we're concerned about is that we can't guarantee the integrity of the road if we have another high runoff year, and our construction windows close in here pretty quickly.
Yeah, and it has to be done now because of high water, obviously, so.
Yeah.
This will be the time that we'd get to it again next year.
Well, I'm also in agreement with Jack's statement that we need to proceed. I think everyone is agreeing as well. And so I have no qualms about it, but I'm kind of wondering whether, we've always had that contingency fund for emergencies. And I realize that our new budgeting structure is starting to look at how to utilize that better. But, at least for me, I'd like to weigh the pros and cons when the actual funding source comes forward, when the actual allocation of the funds, that, perhaps it's more appropriate to go ahead and reduce the contingency fund by that amount. It's for emergencies. We've talked repeatedly since I've been on this board that it's there for emergency road failures, things like that, and then be able to maintain the integrity of the road plan that you are developing now. And then the footnote to that, of course, is that is why it's important to maintain an emergency contingency fund going forward in your future budgeting, because we probably have a few more of these out here than we realize. So that's all I'm saying, is I don't want our work to do this now going to impact what we had anticipated doing for other road projects in 2012. I'd like to see us pay for it from contingency and, like you say, kind of reduce it on the far end of perhaps what that road plan is. But that's why we have the contingency fund, and to make sure our budgeting going forward continues to maintain a good contingency plan for things like this.
Rachel, do you mean the unappropriated money we have?
Yeah, the contingency.
Versus, yeah, because
Yeah, not the facilities.
contingency is a formal, and, so we don't need to get into that.
Yeah.
But it's the unappropriated, about $3 million, whatever we have, and whatever.
Yeah, that's always
Well, I agree, because I was thinking the same thing about how John is trying to project over a 10-year period. We probably shouldn't undermine that now, but give us the options.
Yeah, we'll certainly do that, because we're going to have to bring an appropriation back to you to pay for the contract we're going to sign.
Well, thank you for bringing that forward, and thanks to our staff for dealing with it effectively. And, I still think, kind of to George's point on the hunting season, it's worth signing it to say, beware road damage, whatever. If it makes sense to make it a one-way to keep everyone right to the center where it's safer, then make it one-way bridge, one lane. And I think Michael's concerns to look at the longevity through the engineering. We'll see what the alternatives are.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Cindy has the next item up for us.
Oops. We got a request yesterday from Wilderness Workshop for some funding. I think most of you are aware that George and
I only have one. How many more do we have?
Is there 2 pages to this?
No, just one.
Jack's holding them up. There we go.
The Bureau of Land Management has a management plan that is going to be coming out in mid-September. I think Steve Bennett told us that when he was here recently. So when that management plan comes out, we have 90 days to review that plan. And what we have planned to do as staff is to break the plan up into the different discipline areas and have our staffs review the plan, the roads, the environmental issues, as well as some of the planning issues. But some of the information will be technical in nature, including the air quality issues. And Wilderness Workshop believes that we need to do some additional work in order to be able to adequately respond to the air quality aspects of the report. And I agree that we don't have that expertise on staff. So I would recommend that we do participate to whatever level we can to collaborate with other jurisdictions and other agencies that have concerns about the air quality issues that might arise out of the BLM management plan. And as you know, some of those air quality issues deal with the permitting of oil and gas development in the community. And so this would be a region-wide study, and I think that the way the Wilderness Workshop looks at it is it's our chance to look at air quality and the airshed in terms of modeling for that air quality. And they're requesting that we participate by about $6,000 based on some preliminary estimates that they've gotten for about $18,000 for the total work to be done. And on the back page, they give all the reasons why they believe that it's an important effort for the community.
Let's give us all a second longer to read through some of these bullet points.
While we're reading it, Cindy, we recently contributed to, not recently, a while back, to Wilderness Workshop for a water study.
Actually, I think that might have been the Thompson Divide
Coalition.
Okay, we contributed to that. Yeah. Do you know how much we contributed to that effort?
It was, I think, 20.
Yeah, and that came out of our Healthy Rivers and Stream Board budget.
Boy, I thought that was before.
Before that. Okay.
Jack?
Yeah, while we're finishing this, Cindy, clarify for me, I know we have through the Healthy Community Fund gave them a grant each year in order to work with the Maroon Bells Wilderness Airshed model. Is this what they're asking for as a bigger model, meaning down valley and...
Yeah, I cannot speak...
I'm trying to get my hands around how big of an area we're going to look to study.
Yeah, I can't speak specifically to the scope of the area, but my understanding is that those are very specific sites where we take air quality measures and readings. So this is a broader study than that. This is methodologies and modeling proposals that we would look at in order to determine the air quality for our specific area. And the BLM management area is a broad area. It goes definitely north of Glenwood Springs and takes in up towards the Craig area and south of that, and then going west to...
So is it modeling and?
Monitoring? I don't think that it includes monitoring.
Okay, so it's more modeling.
It may indicate where we want to monitor in the future and go forward. I want to put a little tidbit in, I guess is the best way to describe it. At lunch, I was kind of looking at the web, and there's a website called Colorado Polls, P-O-L-S, Colorado Polls, all one word, and they had pulled up a story that I think was sourced to John Colson with the Post-Independent. So perhaps it's in the newspaper today, he doesn't see it, or maybe it's in tomorrow's paper, I'm not sure. But he was reporting on the Colorado Department of Public Health had withdrawn their request for a federal air quality monitoring that was going to be done in conjunction with Garfield County for the citizens' health related to oil and gas in that valley. The story, was just broad at this point, but saying that, that the citizens of the county were not even notified that this study, which had actually been endorsed and submitted by the state in May, was now being withdrawn as a request that, and the industry spokespeople were saying, well, just give us more numbers, we don't think we really need that. And, I don't know fully what to think of that, but as we discussed before, even with our meeting on the Thompson Divide Coalition here in the room recently, when you're talking about attracting bicycle races with world-class athletes to come over, who knows, with Chloropass and the next stage, next time, people hiking, skiing, backcountry, they want to know at this thin level that they're breathing good air. And this is a very important tool in the toolbox towards future NEPA and future permitting within our region. And so while it is coming at us a little last minute, I do like the fact that it's going to be part of a broader collaborative initiative. We would be, it looks like, roughly 1/3 funder of an $18,000 project, and be able to create a little more of a united front that these air quality issues matter. And so I am supportive of the request. I just put it forward from there.
Quick
Rob,
question.
Yeah, please.
Timing-wise, it says that there's a draft of this coming out on September 16th, a 90-day period. When are they looking for this money? Is this like a immediate request they get now
Right.
to do this study?
Or at least the commitment that it would be coming very soon.
That's why we brought it to you this way at such short notice.
And then I'm a little unclear. It says we're proposing to hire expert consultants on air quality and airshed modeling. We've obtained preliminary quotes, one for $7,500, one for $10,000 respectively. So we're talking about doing both of those, as opposed to getting quotes and picking the best bid.
Right.
Or
There are actually two studies.
two different studies that
Right.
will verify each other. That will.
No, I don't think they're the same type of study, but I will find out more specifics for you. I think in general, they just wanted to know that if we were supportive or not supportive in terms of getting this off the ground for the air quality in general. But technically, there are two different types of studies that need to be done and then interface with the review. And whomever they choose to hire will be reviewing the BLM management plan from their specific technological expertise.
It doesn't, thank you very much. It doesn't, it also doesn't talk very much exactly what the study is going to be telling us. Is this a baseline study? Is this a...
My understanding
it's
is
just
that...
an air quality study.
My understanding is that it's basically a review of what the materials are in the resource management plan proposal. So the experts from their different expertise will look at that resource management plan and express what they feel is maybe gaps in the analysis or things that need to be done from a broader modeling perspective to understand the air quality issues in our valley or in the region.
You know, what I would kind of note that we do meet tomorrow. And perhaps during open discussion tomorrow, you can bring back, Cindy, some more detail about what the, quote, two plans are and what it's intended to establish and how it's more useful. I mean, this is a good lead-in, but wanting a little more specificity certainly makes sense to me.
And timing, how this works, because Rob brings up a good point. 90 days is the public comment on the work that supposedly this is going to come up with, so we've got to get going.
So timing and timelines a little more clearly. It sounds like it's to prepare comments
that are due in 90 days.
That are due in 90 days. Yeah. The field plan has not yet been released, but the expected date was September 15th.
We all got emails to that effect, that the plan will be coming out on the 16th, and we'll have 90 days from that date to make our comments.
And so, to comment wisely, there's probably a lot of other aspects your office is going to be needing to look at as well.
Every one of those issues that George knows, there's probably about 12 issue areas that we're going to have to divvy out to our staff and hope for expertise with the Division of Wildlife, etc.
Rob?
And another comment is, to me, the first thing that I would think about in doing an air quality study of any sort would be at least a year worth of data. You have different seasons, you have different stuff, so here we are trying to get this done for this resource management plan commenting period. I mean, it sounds to me like, building ammunition, for the sake of building ammunition. Not to say that they're not going to find something, but if we do it, I'd like to do it right.
Right. I don't think it's so much doing the actual air quality study. I think we've got years of data and trends from the other monitoring that we've been supporting through the years. But I think that this is specifically to review the BLM management plan from an expertise perspective to say whether or not the plan adequately addresses the air quality issues. But you're right, I should get some more specific information from the Wilderness Workshop if they can possibly help me out with this, because I know several of them are at a out-of-town meeting, so hopefully I'll be able to get some more information.
Okay, let's Rob continue a little bit longer and then Jack.
Sorry, one last thing to what you said. So a big part of this study is reviewing the plan.
Definitely.
Not necessarily collecting air data.
Right.
Okay. It's how they perceive air data versus doing a study of our own.
Well, and it's modeling.
Yeah, modeling.
The potential emissions that are going to come out from this and how the air movements within our valley occur, and so modeling, you're right, it's not a data collection point type of thing. Yes. Okay, Jack?
Yeah, as Cindy clarified, for me, it's not monitoring, it's about the modeling. But I guess to clarify, and it's been touched on, I would like to know exactly what we're going to get from this, not content-wise, but what is basically the goal and how it reflects on this RMP. What is the exact connection? I mean, this seems like so rushed that it's coming to us so late.
Actually, I don't think that the idea or the concept is rushed. I think that, as George might also be able to express, we've known for a long time that this resource management plan is coming. We've been waiting for a couple of years, actually.
Is this the one that Dorothea was working on, too?
Dorothea started, and then George took over, and we know that the resource management plan addresses the leasing of oil and gas on the BLM lands throughout the jurisdiction, and also actually covers the mineral rights under the Forest Service surface. And so if we get an idea of magnitude in that plan as far as the phasing and the look at the management aspects of managing that oil and gas resource through the years, then I think what this would do is oversee that and say what the anticipated impacts are for the air quality issues. So that's where this is coming from, but I don't know the specific ways that they do that or why there are two different studies, but I'll try to get that information to you.
Yeah, and I'm saying this request is what's, we know about the plans coming, but this request is pretty late, so. I'm totally in support of the expenditure, but I want to feel like it's going to accomplish what we're looking.
Yes. George?
And there was a real concern last spring when we last met with the BLM by the participants in terms of having the BLM provide a very adequate air quality study. And they sort of, hemmed and hawed around it, and we finally got them to commit to do it. So what I'm guessing from this is an opportunity for us, for Wilderness Workshop, to look at that study and to see whether it actually is performing up to the standards that we want to see.
Yeah.
And the timing is because we didn't know when that plan was going to come out, and now there's going to be a limited time period to comment on that, 90 days, which is a relatively short period of time to comment on that plan.
Right. Remember, we thought the plan was coming out in November, and then we all voted, so, right.
Yeah, I think you've gotten some good questions. Please think of your own that we would like to see answered a little more carefully. My specific one to you is to say, how will this fit into your and Ellen's work developing our comments as Pickens County? And, in doing that, you might want to give us a bullet point of the other areas you're going to need to dedicate staff time towards working on, and why this, is an adjunct and complement to your work. Because this is really important. This top bullet point that they have here on the back page, it just reminds me of really what I have seen at some energy subcommittee development meetings at Club 20, where, it's like, well, we approved this plan for, it says very clearly 300 wells over 15 years, and then they use that plan to end up approving thousands. And so you're analyzing one level of impact here and then permitting for a level of impact over here. The adequacy of these plans is incredibly important. And, I think some investigation, although it may not be necessary tomorrow, but does the whole concept of cooperating agency status assist us further in our efforts to make sure it's a good plan going forward? Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't.
You mean that formal process?
That formal process.
As opposed to the informal cooperating?
Yeah. I know there was a booklet in our read box not long ago, and I passed it on to Dale to ask some questions, but I don't know if it's too late for that, or, is this the final that's coming out, and so they're going to have to respond to any comments that people make on the final when they issue the record of decision.
Right, we've already had a draft. We reviewed that,
years ago.
2 years ago maybe, with a ton of comments, although I don't know if you remember, but George and I remember because there were huge books we had to carry back, and we were able to make some comments on some of the areas that we had some expertise in, but a lot of the areas are beyond our expertise levels, and this air quality is one of those.
Yeah, okay. So we'll get to see whether they answer the questions that were raised before adequately, whether it addresses impacts adequately for our public's health, safety, and general welfare, and you'll bring back some more information for us tomorrow. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that very much.
Thank you guys.
Okay, so now let's get back on schedule perhaps and go back to future agendas.
Yeah.
She had something else.
Well, no, I can save any other open discussion items, and I was going to throw out, we did continue the executive session.
Yes.
I don't know, it's looking a little lighter tomorrow. We could talk about future agendas at tomorrow's meeting and continue the executive session. Cindy, are you up for that?
I am, definitely. I can get Johnny on.
I would rather flip that because it's been a long day today.
Okay.
This
Tomorrow's a little
exec
short.
session is going to take a while. Tomorrow's short. I would rather have the exec session continue on tomorrow.
I just want to make sure we had that on the table.
Okay. And so if you'll let John Ely know that for us, that we're not going to do that today. Just procedurally, we had continued it earlier today.
So we need to continue it for tomorrow.
No, tomorrow we can go into one out of the regular meeting.
No.
So we would need a motion to formally adjourn the executive session that had been continued to this point.
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. So we will go to future agendas.
Yeah, we've added the budget calendar. We're going to be making some refinements to that to add into the core areas as we as section leaders figure out how we're going to present that information, and so you'll be seeing that in the future. Other than that, I do not believe there's any changes to bring forward.
Okay, now Monday on the 19th when we go up to Snowmass Village, I just want to make sure we have a presentation for them ready of our Healthy Community Fund bond question that's going to be on the ballot.
Staff has not prepared anything. We could certainly prepare information to present. Obviously, we can't take a position, but we could present information
Okay.
about the health.
Or if you just have the information prepared so that, we can discuss it in general, but I think there have been some questions from their board,
Okay.
and, I know we don't have demographics per se of the users of these programs, but, just at least the 2011 grantee list, about the process for the citizen board review, copy of the actual ballot language, some of those components. But, that's been our...
And we have a one-page bullet and a copy of the ballot question, I think.
Yeah, I know, I think, it's been requested of staff that they try to develop a frequently asked question type of thing that should be, I think is under review with John Ely at this time to make sure that it's, just even-handed, unbiased facts going forward of, what this is. So you can work on that in the next few days. But it's just been our process in the past is then we meet with people, we let them know what ballot questions we have on the ballot and why. So, okay. And then for those of us who will be carpooling, we should plan on meeting here at, say, 3:15, leaving the building here at 3:15, because there's traffic, and maybe we'll end up with an extra 10 minutes up there with the Mammoth Bones or something like that.
We'll have Charlotte send that up.
Okay. So I just kind of wanted to get us on track, and that, as far as I understand, would just be you and I, Rob, carpooling the staff, and everyone else is getting their own transportation to Snowmass.
Well, we get picked up at the Intercept lot.
Okay, and Charlotte will note that George is going to get a pickup with us on the way up.
And next week is Woody Creek.
Yes, and that's the Tuesday.
Or carpooling or whatever.
And so, again, we'll coordinate anyone needing a pickup at the Brush Creek Intercept lot, or, and at what time we should plan on leaving Plaza 1.
We'll do an email.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Thank you.
clearly going to drive.
Okay. On Monday and Tuesday?
Oh, Monday I'll go down the block.
Right, yeah, and Tuesday you'll drive.
On the 19th, but for Tuesday, this coming, I will drive.
Okay, very
all
good.
the way.
Very good, Jack. Any other, well, let me see if John had anything else on it. George?
Yeah, there's a couple. On the meeting next Tuesday at Woody Creek, looking at the agenda, we have an hour scheduled for lunch at Woody Creek. And I wonder whether we can make that a working lunch somehow and then get out earlier, because, you know, an hour to walk around Woody Creek, there's not a lot of shops to look at.
Or places to eat.
But there are places to eat.
There are good places to eat. There's at least two options.
Yeah, we could, we could.
I'd rather bring my...
Well, maybe we can do the memos, future agenda, open discussion type of things during the working lunch, and then move the...
Well, and actually, the clean energy update, I'm going to go down and do that first. We're actually going to be, that should have come off. I didn't see, I'd asked that this come off
Okay.
the agenda.
So anyway, if you guys are working, Rachel, you can work with John and Ed. If it's agreeable to the board to have a working lunch and condense that day.
As long as we know it's a brown bag lunch or what,
Yeah,
whatever the circumstances.
we're buying our own down there.
Clarification, are we going to try to broadcast this or Skype it or anything? Or
At least record it.
We will, we're going to try and do the mobile encoder for the web streaming, so the Granicus, and so it will be rebroadcast on Granicus. It will not be broadcast on Grassroots.
Well, at any time you can't transfer that, or, I mean, I don't know about tapes, whatever.
I don't think so.
I thought it was a good opportunity for us to start to learn how to do that, because I'd like to go to Redstone, like we had talked about, etc.
Well, but the Granicus capability has never been to Grassroots, so you'll be able to go online and stream the meeting.
Yeah,
and so we'll have that capability, and this will be our first real test of the basically running its
that's what I just said. I think it was a great opportunity.
Yeah, so we will do that. We'll have the Granicus set up for the web streaming. It won't be live. It'll be a rebroadcast on the web.
Okay. George had another, all right, was this on this point, Michael, or on the agendas overall?
Well, it was on Wood Creek.
Yeah.
I mean, you can, what I would do is have the community center cater the lunch, or have it catered. That way we work through lunch, and you're right, hanging out there for an hour, but that's the way to do it. Plus, it supports the community center.
I'm happy to have all one lunch, and then us as individual board members pay a share on that, same as brown bagging, as opposed to, you know, Michael's right, if we all have to go order individually, and, you know, we might lose some time that way. So maybe we can investigate what some of those options are for food, bring it back to us.
Pre-order.
And pre-order,
Yeah.
basically. So
Yeah, I'm happy to do
yeah,
that.
Yeah, I'm happy to do it that way. But we're not asking about a
And
county.
we can bring a brown bag if we want?
You can bring a brown bag if you want. And not, just not to have the county
That way we
picking
don't
up the
have to
tab.
take that big of a break.
Yeah, very good suggestion on that, Michael. George, back to you, the rest of the calendar here.
Yeah, on October 11th, we have a members of interest, we have the library semi-annual update. And I don't think we've ever had an update from the BOCC Regional Library, at least that I can recall since I've been here. And I think that would be important to have, and maybe we can combine that with, I don't think we've ever had a formal presentation of their budget as well. And it may be a good opportunity to get an update and look at their budget and have the ability to ask any questions. Because we sort of forget about that. That's sort of a distant cousin, but it's part of Pickens County. It's part of many of the residents who live down Valley. It's part of our
tax
levy,
bill.
our taxes, and it's an integral part of the community.
Yeah, and we can certainly invite them up. I can check and see what their budget cycle is, and we can get something scheduled.
Yeah, they're working on it right now, and so by mid-October, they'll have their draft out for the budget, I believe.
Was it on that point, Jack? Okay.
Just clarify, I really like the way, for example, we had Health and Human Services in through MLIs and we ask questions, so we don't have to sit and do a formal presentation and all of that. That's the same intent here, correct?
It certainly can be, yeah. And that's the idea with the MLIs, Jack, is...
Yeah, that's...
But the MLIs have been kind of migrating from, I think, the original concept of just having a memo and, staff being available for questions to more of a briefing, almost, to the board. It's a briefing and non-decision.
Well, that's contrary to what I'm saying. I thought that's exactly what we did. We had a great write-up for Health and Human Services. We asked questions. We had feedback. Nan didn't have to go section by section. I mean, we're all able to read this stuff.
Yeah.
And if that's the pleasure of the board, we can make that.
I think that is the direction, although, again, for our viewing public, for the disclosure, we want them to be able to hit some highlights briefly, but it's not a library presentation, I think is kind of what you're getting to.
Yeah, interactive, as it were.
Yeah, I mean, when we have the airport, we talk about a few of the things. People are able to ask some questions, offer some compliments on things they've heard, or pass along a few things, but it's not a work session on a single topic.
Not a work session, but I think, again, it's an opportunity for us and the public to hear what's going on in the BOCC Regional Library. We get updates throughout the year periodically on the Pickens County Library, but we've never had the opportunity to have this with BOCC Library. So it's not a single discussion, but it's more of an opportunity for them to give a quick overview, tied in with the budget request. We can have a dialogue. So I see it similar to the presentation today. I mean, today was almost sort of an expanded MOI, but not quite crossing into a work session. It was, sort of a gray area there.
Yeah.
Well, that might, see, assault is a different situation. We've not done that. That might
Merit a little more time on the first
merit
go
a
round.
little bit more, a different type of presentation. The library, we're going to do budget anyway, within our own organization, et cetera. Assault, I look at as a different situation.
Right, but we actually end up approving their budget as well as Eagle County approves their budget.
Okay.
I think Rachel hit it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So, anything else on future agendas?
Just a few notes that I
Yeah, Rob,
have
please.
on September 20th, the 1 o'clock slot that got erased. Didn't we have 2 interviews for the Healthy Streams and Board that we were going to combine on that day? It was Greg Coachman and someone else,
Ruthie Brown.
And Ruthie.
but now I only see 1, so
Yeah, I'll have to check with Charlotte. It's probably
I don't know if they should have erased the 1:30 and they erased the 1 o'clock from the Garfield Clean Energy thing being removed, so.
Okay.
I noticed that there were supposed to be 2 board interviews that day, and I don't know if one canceled or not.
It was more feedback.
Yeah.
Yeah, a feedback, but we wanted to combine them
Exactly.
as opposed to do them separate.
Yeah, and I think it's odd that's really odd, just because we're asking them to go to Woody Creek.
Yeah.
But then rather to come in here, maybe that made it confusing. But because the 1 p.m. is still blank, so we're breaking from 12 to the 1:15 when the board interview starts. And so I thought it was, just like Rob has described, it was one combined interview with both of them for a half hour total, which would have filled that 1 to 1:30 slot.
I just don't know if it was edited properly or if it was actually dropped.
Yeah, and
So I just wanted to bring that to your attention because it is coming up quickly. On October 4th, we have Recycle back at us with a business plan, and I don't know if we're going to have a discussion of CMAQ money and where we are with that, or if it's just going to be them doing a presentation on the Recycle. But I wrote down CMAQ money. And
Yeah, I think it was the WeCycle business plan that you and others have asked for, and CMAQ, nothing's changed. It's just there.
So we'll come back to CMAQ at some point.
That's right.
I didn't see that anywhere.
There may be other opportunities developing the CMAQ to bring to your attention, but really the business plan, I think, was what you wanted more information on, and WeCycles needed some time to figure out their sponsorships and such.
And then this goes out a little bit, but October 18th, we're going to be convening as the Board of Social Services, but also under that agenda is the Health and Human Services quarterly update. We just did our semi-annual update today, so I don't know if we're going to get another update on that, or if it's going to be different, or what. But
the quarterly update there also includes the budget information, so looking at what we signed off on warrants and that sort of thing to meet some of the statutory requirements.
And then the last thing I have, just because I've mentioned it before, and I apologize to all of you, I'm not going to be here for the October 20th BOTC, and I can't seem to make it to an BOTC meeting for some reason. Whether it be Northwest COG, or this one is my cousin's wedding in DC, but I will be at the Capitol. I'm going to have a tour of the Capitol House. So.
Oh, good. Very good. Okay, any other things on future agendas? Michael?
I won't be here on the 26th.
Of September. Okay, Michael, September 26th, is that
And you're not going to be here either, Rachel, so.
Okay, Michael. So we need to make sure the other 3 members are going to be here for abatement hearings, and your chair and vice chair are not here. Does that then default to past chair George to chair the meeting?
That was the suggestion I made last time based on, we could do it either way. We could do the incoming chair or the immediate past chair, if there's any preference.
Yeah.
Well, there's...
Well, really, I mean, I'm just thinking in terms of experience on this.
I defer to someone else. I'm happy to defer to
Jack or
someone
George,
else.
either one of you have a preference on the
Share
chairs?
if you want, but...
Doesn't matter to me.
I'm happy to do it. I did the
Okay,
last one.
yeah, George, why don't you be the chair on that?
If it was a regular meeting, I would do it, but abatements, let him have it.
Okay, there you go. Very good. Thank you, Michael. Anything else on future agendas? And I'm sitting here thinking that, John, you had mentioned before when we talked about today that you had to go pick up kids at 5:30?
I got that taken care of.
You've got that taken care of. Okay.
I
We're running a little late.
weren't going to make it after.
Is it possible if we could do open discussion also tomorrow and the exec, because I've almost read the packet totally, and it is a reasonably efficient meeting.
Okay.
I'd like to suggest that.
How do others feel about, did you have any open discussion items, John, that you wanted to bring to us today?
I took care of the big ones.
And that was the Coal Creek and the other. Okay. How does the rest of the board feel about doing open discussion tomorrow?
I feel fine about it.
I'm fine. I did just have one thing that I wanted to announce. This email that we got on this public open house for the Galena Plaza, which I will mention tomorrow, but I am planning on attending one of those. I'm not sure which one, so I don't know if there are any other commissioners that are planning on attending either of those. It's a meeting on the Galena Plaza
Potential
plans
designs.
and getting feedback from the public. So I just wanted to put it out there that if there's a
Why are you
conflict
on
of more...
television? Why don't you tell the public when the meeting is?
Well, they're both Thursday, September 15th, this week. One meeting is from 11:30 to 1 o'clock. The other meeting is from 4:30 to 6 o'clock. I will be attending one, I'm not sure which at this point. And they are in the Rio Grande meeting room.
Okay. Very good. I appreciate that. I will not be attending because I'll be at the River District meeting in Grand Junction on Thursday. And I will be driving down there tomorrow night, so I'm hoping that all of this doesn't push us too late on our regular Wednesday agenda. Michael?
When did we get that notice? When did we get that email?
It was an email I think sent out yesterday.
So
You know,
Monday?
I actually forwarded the one that I got to Charlotte, and it did have, I think, most of our names on it, and it was sent out on Friday.
I think they came out Friday, yeah, we got the notice.
I think that they would be more successful if they gave people more time
Yes.
to do it. Because, and I want it to be successful, but giving less than a week's notice to people in this community is really not adequate.
I would agree with that, Michael. That's been a little bit of my frustration with some of the things coming out of the governor's office of late, is that, less than a week's notice to try to rearrange your schedule and get to meetings on various hearings around the state. So that is it then. We will discuss this memo we got about the Air Force flyover training tomorrow. And, I have noted that they have modified it to really pull back a lot of this Front Range, Alamosa, these sort of areas have been taken out of the boundaries, but Gunnison, Aspen, Pickens County, these areas have not. And that's a very big concern, that they end up with a little more political clout. And, it's 650 flights a year, something like that is what they're scoping on. So to the extent we have any mapping that we can pull out that goes with this, to understand, we got the memo back, but it's so broad. So to the extent we have any mapping that is available on their website or anything like that.
Well, we actually did get and this is on the low altitude training.
Yes.
Right, we did get the plan, we forwarded that on to Ellen for comments to bring back to you also, because we got the whole plan attached to that.
Okay,
which
we
is
did.
a couple hundred pages.
Oh,
So we
good.
didn't distribute that to all of you. We gave that right to Ellen, and she'll come back to you all with some comments. And maybe we want to wait to discuss that? Or do you want to?
We don't have to do it tomorrow if it's not timely. I just want to make sure we're really fully prepared. The only two public hearings in Colorado in reasonable distance to us are Thursday the 13th in Gunnison and Wednesday the 12th in Montrose. So again, for being an affected area, they're not having any hearing near us. And I want to make sure we can get our general public involved in the Chamber of Commerce and some of these other people who make the ski company, feel affected. And so we don't have to discuss it tomorrow, but we also can't let it wait too long until we rally some more forces on this. Okay.
On that item, John, could you at least maybe bring back tomorrow the timeline, meaning when I assume this is going to be a comment period?
Correct.
It's a 60-day public comment that started September 7th, and they're having some public meetings in October. So the clock has begun to tick.
And we just got the
And we just got it.
document. I had it in my hands today and forwarded it on to ComDev.
Yeah.
Good, thank you, Board, for that open discussion, because I really find it necessary to bring a few things about CCI tomorrow.
Okay.
So that would have taken...
Yeah, and I appreciate it. I wanted to get a debrief on that before I go down there for the Friday meetings. Okay, we are adjourned.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know if it's